And link is now live.
You're just a liar, man.
Yeah, I am. I'm awful, I know.
Awful, terrible, no good.
No good.
True.
I hope you know I put on my good boy pants. I'm on my best behavior tonight.
True. All right, we ready?
Are we ready?
Just one
Mr. Oates?
one little second. Let me get the thing back up.
So you hate us.
Yeah. Obviously.
After all the work we put in, man.
After all this work, hey, look, it's the interview room.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play.
Welcome to my
Sorry,
Welcome to our Minecraft Let's Play, but it's the Halo 3. Well, it's the Minecraft Xbox 360 edition Halo texture pack.
True.
Hello, Dr. Oktoberfest. Or should I say Hawk?
No, that's not Octoberhawk. That's Freggy. That's one of our lead
Oh shit, really?
artists behind the mod project. Yes, he's a very good artist. I recommend looking his stuff up on Snooperoo.
Hello.
Using the green tag, using the green tags.
Yeah. Oh, Frag.
But
I think I've met Frag.
Fraggy, have you?
Maybe I think I might be in a server with him.
I don't think so.
I might be in a server with him.
Maybe.
It has Writer on it.
He's I don't know. He's in Snoot Club. That's pretty much the only Snoot server he's in. But that's my guy right there. That's my homie. He might call me homosexual, but
I mean that's good enough. Yeah, I mean
yeah.
Is it homosexual if it's with the bros?
I don't know. We had a great time with them, bro. I'm sure the people who were watching saw.
I watched. Yes, that was very fun, especially the moment where he went on Blade Sorcery 2 and started chopping everybody's heads off.
Yep.
Yeah. Great guy.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I'm at least on friendly terms with all the people that went beforehand. So all I got to say on the matter is that if Meister, if you're watching, man, carbohydrates, lipids, nutrients, boo, boring. Little Caesars, buy it now. That was a really funny rant, but no.
I may or may not have bet him. I don't know.
No, that was Meister.
No, I'm talking about Oktoberfest. I don't remember. I thought is his Discord Frag out?
No, it's not. It's Fraggy.
Okay, so I met somebody else who just happens to have a similar name.
You have a doppelganger, man. Go kill him.
Well, Frag out is also an artist.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, you're right.
So, like, upon the description I was given, you can see where I might have made the mistake.
This is true. Many people are saying this.
Very true indeed.
Sierra, you chose to use your sprite that doesn't have a chair.
You're a fool.
You're just hovering ominously.
Yes,
you killed him by saying that.
I don't think you understand. I am projecting my power right now through sheer force of
I forgot you're a Viltrumite.
hatred. True.
Yeah, no, everyone knows this is true.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, maybe down to business a little bit. We had to decide how much Halo lore to cover, because there are millions of years and hundreds of events that we could have gone over. So honestly, I don't think it's gonna last the full hour or two that the interview's supposed to be slotted in for. But it's the most we could reasonable do. Well, that the writers roundup thing is slotted out for. I don't know if we have enough time to do all of that, so we might just end up playing some Halo by the end of it. But
I mean, you could.
Or just
there are
AMA maybe.
There are hundreds of hours of Halo lore videos on the internet.
Yeah, so we decided to do the most important 27 years of it.
Yep.
Yeah, the Human Covenant War. I thought that was 32 years.
27, 2020, 25, 25, 25, 52.
Yep, funny enough, humanity has had 2 31-year wars back to back.
Yeah, no, it's not a good time.
Nope, it's not.
It's not a good time if you're from Erde Tyrene. But
Yep.
yeah, feel free to start us off with the first slide, Mr. Sierra.
Mr.
Yeah,
Expert
thanks,
in how this
introduction
program is
door.
run.
In tonight's presentation, we have a brief introduction to the Human Covenant War by Sierra 9 and
Guava.
a preamble. Before we can cover the Human Covenant War, we must briefly look at the fires of rebellion engulfing humanity in the 26th century. Early rumblings of discontent. Beginning in the late 2040s, high taxation from Earth and the UAG began hammering the already dissatisfied outer colonies. Seeing this as the proverbial final straw, starting to push it for independence from the UEG. These factions, seeing Earth as a tyrannical regime hell-bent on pressing them for their resources, began fighting back. Over the course of 31 years, this would quickly escalate from grassroots political movements to extremism, terrorism, and eventually full-scale war between the air and our colonies. The fighting over these 30 years was brutal. Constant terrorist attacks from the insurrectionists would be responded to by rigorous coin operations from the CMA and USC. The fever pitch of the violence resulted in the raising of Far Isle via nuclear hellfire. This downward spiral of death and bloodshed was theorized by doctors Elias Carver and Catherine Harlesley to be the beginning of an interstellar dark age if not stopped.
Just to add in some bits here, the UNSC was really living up to being a tyrannical organization. As you said, in response to a planet becoming completely overrun with rebels, instead of deploying Marines or trying any sort of diplomacy, they glassed the entire planet.
Yeah.
Like Far Isle there's nothing left of Far Isle. They nuked all of the population centers off the map. Millions dead. So they kind of deserved it.
And mind you, Far Isle is one of the oldest colonized planets in the UEG.
Yeah, it's like if you nuked London because the Brits were getting too uppity. Like,
yeah,
it wasn't good. And Dr. Halsey thought, I think I might want to be doing a little bit of breaking of the code of human ethics. I think that's going to be a really good idea to put humanity back in line. We'll get more on that in the next slide.
Yep. But fate had different plans. A miscommunication. February 3rd, 2525. All contact with DCS light freighter this end up is lost after she leaves port from Harvest. Believing this to be insurrectionist activity. Huh?
I think I know what this is.
Oh, you do? Oh boy.
I think I know what it is.
Local CMA and ONI forces in the Epsilon Indy system began setting up a sting operation to eliminate the supposed INI cell. Leading this strike group was ONI Lieutenant Commander Ghislaine Signy, Marine Corps Staff Sergeants Avery Johnson and Nolan Brain. Under the Lieutenant Commander's command, the Marines would conduct the sting operation using the DCS light freighter bulk discount as bait. With the bait set, the Marines wait for the freighter to be boarded, expecting any pirates. The Marines are surprised by instead 6'2" tall, buzzard-like aliens raiding the ship's stock of produce. Johnson and Bryan would follow through with the sting op and ambush the alien raiders, kicking off a fierce firefight and unforeseen to both parties, with the first bloodshed in a 35-year-long war that would bring one to the brink and unravel the other.
Real quick, at the same time, I don't want to say at the same time. 7 or 8 years before this, Halsey's plan of breaking every single law of human ethics goes into motion. She kidnaps 156-year-old children and submits them to the most rigorous, inhumane training and augmentations possible. At this moment, the Spartan 2s, consisting of, again, 150 kids, are more or less finishing their training and augmentations, with only 75 surviving the process. Of these 75 are notable characters in Halo games, such as George and the man himself, Master Chief. John 117 is a part of this initial group of Spartan 2s.
King Leonidas and his Spartans were beginning to rise at this point.
Now, what was the ship's name that the buzzard-like aliens were on?
This End Up.
Yep.
This End Up.
You
That
was a lot.
No, I thought the first ship was called Minor Transgression.
That is the Covenant ship.
Oh, that's the Covenant ship. That's not the Jackal ship.
So the Minor Transgression was the Kigyar mercenary ship that was conducting this piracy in the Outer Reach in the Epsilon Indy system. That was the one that the Oni operation attacked using the freighter as bait.
I find it funny.
It would be, due to most of its crew being killed by Sergeants Johnson and Brine, the Kigyar ship mistress would activate the ship's self-destruct sequence in Skull.
I find it so funny this war started with a minor transgression.
A minor transgression, a miscommunication.
Yeah, no, I think that's next slide time, right?
Yep.
Dug
in. In the aftermath of the skirmish on the bulk discount, all UNSC forces in the Epsilon Indy system had come to two horrifying conclusions. One, we are not alone as the only sentient spacefaring species in the universe. Two, they were most certainly not friendly. With that, the CMA militia and ONI had no choice but to prepare for a potential invasion. Those fears would come true on February 11th, 2525, when the vessel unknown making origin translocated into system and parked itself over Harvest. Now seeing the picture, Chieftain Macavus and his clan overlooking Utgard, February 11th.
We didn't have enough time to put this section onto a slide, but I feel it pertinent to go over a brief introduction to the Covenant themselves now that they're in the picture.
Yep.
They worship an ancient civilization of aliens known as the Forerunners, which at one point controlled the entire galaxy. And in their religion, which they followed for about, I want to say, 2,500 years or 3,000 years, somewhere in there, their entire philosophy is the term reclamation. They deciphered that text from the Forerunner dreadnought that was parked over the Prophet homeworld. And in their eyes, that means that any who follow the Forerunners must reclaim all of their different artifacts and installations and pretty much be follow in their footsteps as best they can, leading up to finding the mythical halo array, which the Forerunners supposedly lit to become gods. So in their religion, they are trying to reclaim the lost Forerunner artifacts, light the array, and join the Forerunners in godhood. At this point, as this first, I want to say, skirmish and first contact with humanity is going, something very bad is realized by three prophets within the Covenant. They mistranslated reclamation. It's not reclamation, it's reclaimer. And this happened when they scanned a Forerunner luminary on Harvest and millions of hits were recorded. Usually these luminaries would point to Forerunner artifacts. So they saw this and went, holy shit, there's a planet with millions of Forerunner artifacts. We just hit the mother lode. It wasn't scanning Forerunner artifacts. It was scanning humans because they're reclaimers. They're the ones that the Forerunners left behind to reclaim their legacy. They're the ones that they chose. If this got out into the wider Covenant, it would destroy the entire religion and the Covenant itself would just dissolve into infighting because everything they had followed would be a lie. These three prophets used this information to blackmail the current leaders of the Covenant and gain power for themselves. These three prophets are the prophets of truth, mercy, and regret. And the first things on their list, regardless of how this first contact goes, is, okay, the very existence of humanity threatens the Covenant's order, and by extension, our species' order at the top of the Covenant. They have to go.
Prophets, truth, mercy, and regret were ever the cutthroat politicians of the Covenant. Especially Truth saw this as the perfect opportunity to usurp the previous line of hierarchs and gain power, and would set in line plans decades in the making, and so plans that would be continued for decades onwards, eventually culminating in, well, the Great Schism. But we'll get to that later. Let's continue on.
Didn't their society also have like a huge disagreement of whether or not to use Forerunner artifacts?
That was back during the formation of the Covenant. So a quick little, if you want to know about that, a quick little summary of that is the prophets that left their homeworld were a radical sect that wanted to use the Forerunner artifacts for themselves. They fought a huge civil war back home because the dreadnought that they built their entire religion and then holy city around was a ship that had crash landed there because back in the day, and I mean like hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancient prophets were allies of ancient humanity. And a Forerunner AI had crashed itself there with the intention of using the prophets to get to humanity. Because he figured, oh, well, they're old allies, without realizing that they did not know of that. By this point, that alliance was well and truly forgotten to time. So the sect of prophets that wanted to use the Forerunner artifacts pretty much took over the Dreadnought after a fierce civil war and left the planet. And at some point along the line, the prophet homeworld was destroyed when their sun went supernova, leaving these prophets on the Dreadnought as the only ones left.
Yep.
Leaving them inbred.
Oh, no, they had enough. They had enough for genetic diversity.
No, it's more of they involve
just
themselves
naturally that
into
ugly.
being that.
Yeah, they're just naturally that ugly. You hate to see it.
Like, they're already ugly as sin, and then they just naturally evolve themselves into being the fucking couch chair. Like,
they evolve themselves out of being able to walk correctly.
Yes.
Pretty much.
I think we see one walk one time, and what is that? That's Mercy?
Truth. Truth is
it's
hobbling
Truthy.
around.
Okay. I thought it was... You know what? Yeah, no, Truth, that makes sense.
To be able to walk normally, they have to do genetic modification to make something called a prelate. Yeah.
And the prelates are seen as a lower social class?
No. They're like the Spartans.
They're basically Spartans, yeah.
But they don't have any feats behind them. They can just kind of move around like normal creatures.
No, exactly. Yeah, no, they stand up straight. They don't have like evolutionary gamer neck. They're pretty imposing, but
they're not as strong as a Spartan or a regular Singheili.
No, they are.
No, they're more than a match. Your average prelate could probably beat a Spartan at a fight. Because the shipmaster, a very well-versed combatant, it takes him and another highly trained female elite warrior to even stand a chance at fighting one. These things are powerful. Like the Covenant never really experimented with super soldiers with elites, but if they could turn a prophet into that kind of super soldier, there's no telling what they could have done had they locked in and started experimenting on brutes and elites.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
I mean,
onwards.
Like they're most already compared to steel cables, right? For the elites, the Singheili.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elites are strong, and Jurohani brutes are even stronger.
Dumb strong.
Yeah.
Stupid strong.
Yeah.
The brutes used to be very advanced as a society, and then they just infighting and they forgot it all.
Well, it's not
they nuked themselves back to the Stone Age is what they did.
Like right before the Covenant indoctrinated them, they nuked themselves into a Stone Age in a war called the Immolation.
Does Master Chief's armor actually suck them off? I'm sorry to say, no, it doesn't.
But could it? Could it theoretically?
Cortana.
Could it theoretically? I mean, if Cortana was so inclined, there's a section between Halo 3 and 4. His armor canonically changes because she uses nanomachines to change it.
So
she could.
In Halo 4, it might be able to.
Exactly. In Halo 4, if Cortana was so inclined.
You're forgetting one important little detail
Cortana,
from the book Hail the Flood. Cortana does jerk him off.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
No, I read it. She does. I read it when I was 9.
I read it on Reddit, therefore it's true.
No, I'm not joking. It's true. Go read the Flood. It happens. It's the funniest shit in that book.
I have it right here, actually.
It's when they stop at Alpha Base right before the raid on Truth.
The Flood right here.
Yeah, it's a full 20-page section, actually.
On my desk.
It's wild. It gets way too in depth with it, man.
This is what Halo's all about.
That's in an early chapter, right? Where they're talking about the armor and what it can do.
Yeah, and they especially mentioned, this armor can jack Chief off. Now that was designed specifically by Halsey.
Yep. Anyways, let us continue on. Holding the line. Shortly after the unknown vessel translocated and parked in high orbit, the two administrative AIs of Harvest, Mac and Stiff, sent a simple greeting and plans for a peace delegation. Quickly enough, the date for the delegation would arrive. The two touring fork-shaped craft launched from the host ship and made for the meeting place outside the town of Gladstein. The delegates, who consisted of the planetary government and CMA. There, they would meet aliens inside the delegation, those of whom will soon be known as the Covenant. The Covenant side was led by Chieftain Macabus. He would represent the Jurohani, imposing 6-foot-tall siminoid aliens. The talks would be carried with tense and short tempers from both sides, which would break down to a catastrophic firefight after Meyer and colonial militiamen opened fire on each other. This would result in the start of the first Battle of Harvest.
I looked it up. No, we cannot jack them off.
Yeah, I told you guys.
I'm trolling.
I was so willing to live in a world where the Master Chief suit could jack them off.
It's a joke I fully intend to keep alive for as long as possible. Sue me.
Real quick, this lore always pisses me off. Even if war was an eventuality with the prophets needing humanity gone to maintain their status quo, the fact that the initial fighting started due to a trigger-happy grunt will never not cease to piss me off. Like, it's just so close to a utopia. Like, it's so close to a theoretical peace treaty and utopia, even if it would have meant that the Halo rings got fired at some point. It's like, come on, man. Fucking unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, you gotta love grunts.
Yeah, you gotta love them, man. As much as all the shit that they cause, it's just such a grunt thing to do.
It is.
Oops, all methane.
Oops, all methane.
Oops. Right, send us on.
But any questions about this segment, or gracious host?
Not so far for me.
Right.
What is
I do want to say to anyone watching, if you guys have any questions, whether joking or real, feel free to ask them. If they're joking, you do run the risk of getting ripped in half.
These two are the second and third most knowledgeable Halo nerds I have.
Second and third? How am I not number 1, 2, and 3?
So my buddy Keith.
Yeah, my buddy Keith.
He was in the chat earlier, actually, at the very beginning when Falling was talking about guns.
I gotta ask. Has he ever tried to deep fry turkey?
No. I just call him Keith to protect his identity.
3rd-degree burns over 90% of his body.
Oh, that's too good.
That's good.
Please take a second to show the audience what has been delivered to us by the Myers group.
That's good.
I know I have a ridiculous laugh. He probably just saw that I added the copy from Google of whether or not the Chief's suit jacks him off.
It's unbelievable stuff, man. It's one of the funnier Halo memes, but it's just like I can't believe so many people ran with it for so long. They actually started to believe it. That's some scary stuff.
It is, but at the same time, it's so fucking funny that a gaslight like that has so much staying power.
Cortana, open up my goon folder.
Cortana,
don't mind the horse cock.
Oh, do you regret it? Yeah, I kind of do. Those who know.
I told you.
Those who know.
Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that wall?
Yeah, no, it's important. It's important to note that Avery Johnson goes on to fight the rest of the war. He's that guy.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that from that picture. He's just hashtag that guy. Like, that guy's a warrior.
No, please note, Sergeant Avery Johnson is one of few men to see the beginning and the end of this war.
I'm more positive he's the only man to see the beginning and end of the war.
Well, I mean, he died right before it was over, right?
No, he
died when it ended.
The Covenant was defeated by the time he died.
Yeah.
Oh, he just succumbed to something else.
Have the Jackals sold weapons to rebels at this point? Serious question? Yes. This is really funny, actually. The Covenant had to crack down on Jackal pirates a good amount of times during the war because the Jackals would just sell they would find human rebel groups and just sell them shit. Like there were and even to up until the end of the war and past the end of the war, there were planets like Venezia, which is like a human colony world, where the Jackals would just live with these human rebels. Like the Jackals never really cared about the Great Journey. They're there because they get paid to. They're mercenaries.
Yeah.
They're mercenaries and pirates.
No,
They
the Kigyar are privateers under hire of the Covenant. They are not a official member. It's just they've been under contract for so long that they've integrated into Covenant society. Conceptual religion. They did not give a flying fuck about the Covenant religion. They were just there to get paid and get food.
What about the skirmishers?
Same deal.
They're the same species.
Well, yeah, they look different.
The Kigyar are made of 3 distinct subspecies. We have the original one, the skirmishers, and the ones from 4. Those are 3 distinct species.
Well, there are 4
Kigyar.
actually, if you count the CE's. CE's Drackle design is deeply different from Halo 2 and 3's. And the ones from CE actually have their own distinct subspecies as well. There's 4 different subspecies of the Kigyar race. But truth be told, the Jackals do kind of like to fight. Like the skirmishers specifically love the war. They had they fucking love the war. Which it's funny. You would think like fucking Jackals are disgusting. First off, the Jackals being the ones to start, being the ones to have the first recorded interaction with humanity, you couldn't get worse luck. You genuinely couldn't get worse luck. These guys canonically stink worse than grunts, and grunts breathe fart air. And they do not care about anything other than getting paid and stealing. Like, you could not have a more slimy, disgusting race open up negotiations, which is why there were no negotiations with them. They scuttled the ship and blew them up. Like, it's nasty. I hate the Jackals. I mean, I love fighting them, but like in lore wise, they suck.
They're sneaky bird men. Remember that.
Yeah.
Tell that to any jackal fucker you encounter, fellas.
Yeah, no. Any scaly you see that likes jackals, you just gotta kill them. That's all there is to it. You just gotta take them out.
But then the argument will be raised: they stink good.
No, they don't. They stink.
No, they don't.
Stink. They canonically stink like bird shit on steroids because they don't shower, and they're covered in their own feces.
I'm sure there's one weird jackal. It's like, this is kind of weird.
Everybody
else showers.
There's one smart brute too.
Well, there's a few that are smart, just not academically. Yeah.
Well, no. Actually, no. Brutes are very fucking cunning.
They're just not academic.
Very cunning.
They're very rarely academically smart.
Oh, no. Yeah. They are fucking cunning, ruthless sons of bitches that know one thing and one thing very well.
War.
Yeah.
The war!
Cunning. They can be cunning. But most of the race is just a bunch of blundering idiots that will follow a more cunning leader, such as Tartarus or Atriox. We'll go over those at some point. I know, like, Atriox could be reasoned with,
but to some degree. Well, not reasoned with, but he was
smart enough to become chieftain of the Brutes.
Yeah, he could reasonably have a conversation with Atriox.
Yeah, during this engagement, actually, back on track here with the with Harvest, Tartarus's first engagement is also here. And by the end of the first Harvest campaign, he actually kills his, I think it's his father, Maccabeus, right? Or his. So
Maccabeus is his uncle and the current chieftain of his clan. During the Battle of Harvest, he would usurp him and take control of the clan, eventually becoming chieftain of the Brutes wholesale.
Yes, he kills his uncle in combat to usurp control of that clan. And so this is really where Tartarus's rise starts. Has Chips Double survived the entire war? Yes, but he is not exactly canon. So, well, at least we don't really have any word on how exactly he managed to be on Installation 5 and Earth at the same time. But he kind of did. I mean, Sergeant Stacker did too. We don't know how he got off Installation 04. But we're getting off a little off track here.
Yeah,
we're still on Harvest.
Let's decame him back on track here. Catastrophic failure. The first ground battle lasted a week, with the beginning as a desperate flying retreat to evacuate the population of 300 million souls to the capital, Uthgard. during which the Covenant cruiser Rapid Conversion breached atmosphere and would start ferrying troops to the surface and began raising the town of Gladshire. At the end of the battle, CMA forces would mount an assault on the Tari. The orbital station connected to a series of space elevators located at the planet's northern pole to facilitate the evacuation of civilians currently in Oakguard using freighters docked there. The CMA would be successful in evacuating Harvest, not without heavy losses. Most of the colonial militia would give up their lives in the fighting, and of the 300 million population, only 250,000 plus made to the evacuation in off-world. The Covenant would take some licks at the end of the first battle too. Loki, the third member of Harvest's AI superintendents, lured the Rapid Conversion into range of the planet's mass driver, landing multiple shots and crippling the cruiser, and in turn buying the time needed for the survivors to get out of system. Yeah. That file line ties back into Taurus's rise to power because he used that incident as means to conduct a trial on her, ultimately killing his uncle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's been word Swan will be invading soon.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
I hope he's ready to
This is
hear.
a threat,
I hope
by
he's
the
ready
way.
to hear about. I hope he's ready to hear about Halo
Good.
lore.
I hope so too.
Prepare thyself, follower of swans, for Halo autism on the ultimate scale.
It's true. All right, carry us on.
Okay, there's solid foul.
So bad guy.
Oh, I was making a Metal Gear joke.
Yeah.
Cool.
'Cause I'm liquid!
Liquid!
I don't play good games, so I have no idea what you guys are talking
You
about.
haven't played Metal Gear Solid?
No, it's on the backlog.
Zam.
Yeah.
See, buying new games requires money, and getting money requires having a job.
Oh, don't you have a job now coming?
Eventually.
This pond ain't big enough for the two of us. Well, unfortunately, I have the deed to the land.
And did Cortana get a virus in Halo 4? No, but she did get absolutely mind broken by the Grave Mine, and she was past her operational date. We'll come back more to that later on.
Yeah.
But
Then later. But yes.
yeah, no, Cortana's just at the end of her operational lifespan. Imagine your 96-year-old uncle with dementia that's going nuts, right? Like, imagine, like, that's pretty much what Cortana's going through.
Yeah.
She is at the end of her lifespan and is currently thinking herself to death. That's a very big flaw of human AIs.
Yeah, so a little note with human AIs. There are two classes of AIs. Dumb AIs and smart AIs. Dumb AIs are your more stereotypical AIs that do simple tasks and have semi-intelligence. Smart AIs are intelligent, sapient digital beings that are constructed from the brain scans of dead individuals. That's why they're so intelligent. They're based off
Cortana's
the neural
weird.
pathways of an actual human brain, usually donors.
Cortana's weird because
But
Halsey is
problem
still
with
alive.
that is it's a limitation of that technology. AI, you're going to see smart AIs have an operational lifespan of 9 years.
It's
After that 9 years, they'll begin suffering symptoms of something called rampancy. Basically, rampancy, it's them thinking themselves to death. They basically start memory leaking until they die.
I want to do the world's quickest correction. It is 7 years of operational lifespan, and Cortana is in her 8th year when Halo 4 starts, which is why she's insane. She's a year into rampancy. Which why Cortana is so old when they made it seem like she was new when Halo Reach started. I don't know, but they needed their plot, so.
Well, maybe they take it like a training year or something.
The Cortana we see in Reach is a fragment that she split off on herself to solely investigate the foreign artifact found under Sword Base that contained all her research information on it, and along with that, the information that led them to Alpha Halo.
She got that virus from she got space aids from Master Chief. No, the Grave Mind gave her space aids. We'll get into that.
Couldn't that rampancy for Cortana be fixed since Halsey was alive at the time?
Master Chief says that like, oh, we can have Halsey fix it. No, there
No.
is no fix for rampancy as far as we know. Even into the modern era in Halo Infinite, there is no fix. Like you can't stop rampancy.
So there
It's
is,
just how
but
Forerunner.
it's very limited in what it can do. It's
If you
called
say the domain,
somehow using the domain to
no,
stop rampancy. But it
no.
basically changes the AI to the point where it's not really curing it, it's making it into something else.
Well, it doesn't even cure their rampancy either. They still go insane. That
Yeah.
the newer lore where they said like the newest lore about it with the AIs that are left behind after Cortana deletes herself is the domain actually isn't helping to fix their rampancy. It's just letting them fragment into a more destructive form. So there really is no cure for human AI rampancy at this point, unless we were to completely remake how we do human AIs. I don't see how we make a cure for it.
Yeah. Like, the only way to do it is to somehow figure out how the foreigners made Ancilla. Even then, you can make the argument that Ancilla had the same issue with what Mech and Bias did. But that's
I
a topic for
mean,
another
isn't Guilty
day.
Spark an example of just a really smart dumb AI?
Well, no, he's technically an
He's a
example of
human.
a yeah. It's the same basic idea as UNSC's Smart AI. He's a digitized human mind.
Yeah, no, he's an ancient human that was turned into a monitor.
Yeah.
So they kidnapped a human for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, the Didact from Halo 4 had a little human friend that he befriended when he was sent to Earth in exile for a bit, and that human friend followed him around. And instead of being sent back to Earth to with his mind wiped, they said, "Hey, you know what? You already know a lot, and you could be a huge help. Say goodbye to your body, buddy. You're getting thrown into a monitor body, and you're gonna have to live through a bunch of protocols." So they pretty much lobotomized him into needing to follow the protocols of his installation, because to a monitor, above all else, their installation comes first, and that's built into their core. You can see this post Halo CE when Halo 2 and 3 when 343 Guilty Spark is more than willing to help humanity and the elites out. He wants to help them out. But whenever there's a Halo ring in play that he's in control of, he will happily turn against them just because his programming dictates, no matter what, even though he is a sentient being, that he cannot let anything bad happen to that installation or let the flood go rampant across the galaxy under any means possible. He has to fulfill those two directives at all costs, even if it means turning on his allies.
Yeah.
It's like a Winter Soldier kill switch.
So if the flood were wiped out totally, he'd just be a chill guy.
I mean, he would still be tied to his ring world, but yeah.
Yeah.
He would just kind of hang out though.
I mean, I'm sure, but no matter what, he wouldn't leave his installation. No matter what, his whole purpose is to just make sure to maintain Halo Installation 4. That's it. So even if there is no flood, I can imagine that if they ever tried to decommission the Halo ring, he would fight against it because his directive is to keep the Halo ring running. Even if there is no flood.
I mean, if you're not decommissioning the ring and you have like it under lock and key or whatever, just like be like, hey, don't let anybody use it. Just chill out.
Yeah, no, I think he would be a chill guy.
He'll be on standby, simply maintaining his installation.
I'm sure you enjoy the company too, but
yeah. I mean, that's what I'm getting at.
It's something he laments in the Terminals of CE, is that a flaw with the monitor system the Forerunners put in place was he wished they made it so they were a binary system where there were two monitors for each ring to ensure the monitor wouldn't go insane from loneliness.
Yes,
because what if the two monitors just hated each other?
There weren't any two monitors that really hated each other, I would think. What happened after the Halo Ray fired was that there was supposed to be communication between the rays, but when the Halo Ray fired, it actually knocked out the communication between all the different installations. So that left everybody in the dark. So like that, if there had been another monitor in system, like on the ring, he would have been fine. Like he would have been chilling. He would have had someone to talk to for those 100,000 years. But the 6 that he was supposed to be able to be talking to were not able to be talked to. Thus, he was alone, and thus he kind of went a little bit insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're getting we're getting pretty off topic here for where we are.
Yeah. But let's rein back into
The harvest.
shooting the messenger. Back in the wire, you're going to see the CMA would dispatch the Argo, a scout ship, with the goal of investigating why the colony went dark. She would never return. If it doesn't work. At first, after communication with the Argo is lost, the CMA... Huh?
Oh, nothing else. My pizza's here. I'll be right back.
After all communication with the Argo is lost, the CMA doubles its efforts to figure out what happened and masses Battle Group 4 to send to Harvest. Battle Group 4 was made up of the CMA destroyer Hercules, Chiron-class light frigates Arabia and Vostok. Shortly after translocating the Epsilon Indy system, the battle group is immediately engaged and swiftly defeated by a Covenant super destroyer sent to reinforce the rapid conversion. Of the battle group, only the Hercules barely made it out, suffering extensive damage, forcing her to look back to Reach. But she made it back. Try again. With word of what happened to Harvest finally being delivered by the crippled Hercules, Unity CENTCOM, at last knew the gravity of the situation at Harvest, immediately began plans to retake the world from this new threat. On March 3rd, Battle Group X-Ray, consisting of 40 warships. This would be the largest battle group ever amassed by humanity at this point in history. Leading the battle group was the famed Vice Admiral Preston J. Cole. At 120 hours MST, Battle Group X-Ray intends to look at Epsilon Indy system. Shortly after boarding to Harvest, the battle group detected and engaged a Covenant super destroyer in high orbit. In a ferocious space battle, X-Ray manages to take down the behemoth at the cost of 6 warships. A margin, Vice Admiral Cole has been quoted saying, was a grim outlook for us. After the defeat of the super destroyer, the main ships of the battle group would search the debris field of the fallen for the survivors. Yeah, so please take note of Preston J. Cole here.
Battle Group X-Ray. 1 second. Well, I'm almost positive Battle Group X-Ray was 13. It resulted in the destruction of 13 UNSC vessels, not 6, which is genuinely even worse.
That's like 6, but perhaps there was conflicting information between the two articles I was reading.
Yeah, so in that initial engagement, there were 40 ships sent, and nearly half of them were destroyed. It really was not a good outlook. By one ship. By one Covenant ship.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyhow.
And mind you, Preston J. Cole is most likely the greatest admiral to ever live. And even he saw the writing on the wall with this first engagement.
Yes.
And this wasn't even the largest ship the Covenant could field. This was a super destroyer. This was on the smaller end of their ships for tonnage.
Bring us on, brother.
And then the quote from the image we see here: "We return to Harvest with enough firepower to assault the vaults of heaven." And even that was not enough.
It's around this time, by the way, that the Spartans are briefed on the situation.
Yep.
After Harvest, a single communique is sent from Covenant space to humanity in perfect English, which shows, disturbingly, that the Covenant had been watching humanity enough in this time period to fully learn a language and send one single message to them. Your destruction is the will of the gods, and we are their instrument.
Yeah. That message was sent to the fleeing Hercules as a threat.
And I'm pretty sure it's the only communique ever sent to the Covenant, ever sent from the Covenant to humanity when it came to, quote unquote diplomacy. That's all we got.
Yeah.
So
all we got was a threat annihilation. That was the Covenant's
not even a threat,
goal.
A promise.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, at this time, the Spartans, which again have been made to combat insurrectionists, are briefed of the fact that there is now a hostile alien civilization currently on its way. Around this time, they're just getting their Mjolnir armor as well. And in the early moments of the war, they would actually attack the planet where Mjolnir was first made, right as the Spartans were there getting their armor. In that
Yep.
fight, the Master Chief and his squad, Blue Team, board a Covenant vessel for the first time and have their first engagement with the Covenant. In the fighting, a Spartan is lost, Master Chief's best friend Sam. Mjolnir armor does not have shields yet, so when Sam gets hit by a plasma weapon, it burns through his armor. And due to the fact that they have to go into space to get off the ship after setting explosives, he has to stay behind. He defends the bomb that they plant inside the ship. And it shakes John to that, like, all the way to the end of the war. Master Chief has an issue with soldiers dying under his command. Like, he's steeled himself toward it. Like, don't get me wrong, he's not going to stop and cry when a Marine dies, but it irks him a while. And it teaches him that no matter, even if he does everything right as a leader, there are still going to be losses, especially with a foe such as this. This is also, of course, the Covenant's first interaction with Spartans. And very quickly, the fact that one single squad of humans was able to board a ship, kill most of the crew, which was grunts and jackals, to be fair, and destroy the ship by themselves, earned them a lot of notoriety. Around this time, as well, Oni thinks about it and goes, "Huh, this war is not going to go well. We might need some propaganda help." And the Spartans go from whispered super soldiers that technically don't exist to basically the heroes of humanity. They are pumped out. They pump out a bunch of media showing the Spartans in action over the next several weeks and months of the war, saying, "Well, we have a match for the Covenant. Oh, well, not only are we at war now, but don't worry, we have a match for them on the ground. The heroic Spartans." And very quickly, they become a rallying cry for humanity during the war. Even if we're getting pummeled, everyone on the ground, the civilians, think it's safe because the Spartans are there. They wouldn't let anything happen to their planet. It's very much a case of we need we need a media win, and we need it now.
Yeah, something Oni understood mainly because of that previously mentioned Dr. Elias Carver's findings, the Carver finds, that even with this war, humanity is still on the brink of an interstellar dark age. So dominating the propaganda war in the hearts and minds of its people is its top priority.
Exactly. All right, let's go on.
Yep. The second Harvest campaign. Harvest becomes a battleground for nearly 6 years, until humanity finally wrests control of the now destroyed colony from the Covenant in a highly publicized campaign for morale. In 2531, the Spear of Fire assists in cleaning up the last of the Covenant forces, for now, on Harvest. But not before finding an ancient, non-human, nor Covenant alien structure under the planet's surface, with coordinates leading them to Arcadia, another human colony world.
It's not obvious from the
February
video.
4th,
2531.
2531.
Love the video.
Yep.
5 years. 5 long years. That's how long it took us to get Harvest back.
Go, go, go!
At first it was going well. Then setback after setback. Loss after loss. Made what was going to be a quick and decisive win into 5 years of hell. Of course, that's all Harvest is today. It's held but now it's ours again.
And that, of course, is the intro from Halo Wars. We're going to keep letting it play here till it shows the full Spirit of Fire. But at this point, Harvest is a husk. There's nothing left.
At this point, Harvest is a glass, nuclear winter ravaged tomb world.
Wasteland. The only reason 6 years were spent fighting for it was solely for optics. It was to prove that we could take a planet back. It took 6 years, and even then, 3 years later, another Covenant fleet came through and wiped the remaining civilization on it off the map. It was nothing. It was absolutely worthless. You could pause the video now. But that being said,
at that point, it was at the point, even in the post-war period, Harvest will forever remain a tomb, a monument to the war as a whole and all that happened with it.
Yeah. But finally getting away from Harvest, let's get to the next slide, to Arcadia. So after finding this ancient alien structure on Harvest, they get a set of coordinates from it. It's really weird. And it points to another human colony world. What they don't know is that what the main crew doesn't know, at least, is that this alien structure that they found is Forerunner. Again, the species that the Covenant worships. And only one of their crew tends to really know this. Dr. Ellen Anders, who is a protege of none other than Dr. Catherine Halsey, the lady who created the Spartans and who was also the foremost expert on the Forerunners, which had already been known about to the highest levels of Oni for a couple of years at least. There have been whispers here and there, different alien ruins found that were like absolutely kept under lock and key, because up until that point, they didn't know of any other alien civilizations in the universe.
To the point where there was a new field of study in science that Professor Anders is a master's in, xenoarchaeology.
Correct. But she's part of this crew. She figures out, like, oh, there's coordinates here leading to Arcadia. They go to Arcadia, and it is under attack by the Covenant, like many Outer Rim planets are during this point. Pretty much at this point of the war, 6 years in, most of the outer colonies are destroyed, and Arcadia is just another human world that's being glassed and destroyed by the Covenant. Yeah. That being said, they move in to help relieve the crippled battle group that's there, which includes actually the Pillar of Autumn, which is a very notable ship that'll come out later. The damage it sustains during this fight is actually what leads it to get its all-important refit later on in the war. But as of now, Pillar of Autumn is severely damaged, needs help from the Spirit of Fire, and the two ships coordinate with their ground command units and their vehicles to help at least stall the Covenant's advance on the ground, to be able to get as many humans off-world as possible. During this time, a Spartan 2 detachment known as Red Team sticks with the Spirit of Fire and helps get as many civvies out as they can and stop a Covenant Super Scarab from going up, which would have completely destroyed the remaining human settlements on there as they were getting invaded. That being said, from there, they found more Forerunner coordinates with more locational data. But that being said, we need to go to the next slide.
Real quick, we'll watch cutscene because it's peak.
Hey, y'all want to hear a fun fact?
Yeah.
It took United Music Group 20 minutes to block globally the first half.
The artifact? Yes. All it did was point at a second star system.
Arcadia colony, to be precise.
The first half was random, globally blocked.
Largely unexplored, but
lovely.
Apparently quite the vacation.
Wonder why.
There's something there, Captain. And I think it's important that we get to it before the Covenant do.
Our orders are to investigate Harvest. We still don't know a lot about what's going on down there.
I understand that, Captain. But everything I see here tells me that we need to get to Arcadia to figure this out.
Very well, Professor. I'll clear it with Admiral Cole. Serena, set course for Arcadia.
Aye, sir. Crazy mystery trip to Arcadia plotted in, spinning up FTL drive.
Serena, get out of my lab.
Serena, situation update, please.
2 Covenant vessels came out of slip space near Arcadia. The Belfast, Pillar of Autumn, Texas, and Armstrong engaged immediately, and caught one with its shields down. We lost the Texas and Belfast. The Armstrong is venting atmosphere, and Autumn is badly damaged. The second vessel is engaged in surface activity.
What kind of surface activity?
Unknown. Wait, I'm getting a signal. Audio only.
We're being overrun. Alien forces are inside the city limits and approaching the spaceport. We're still evacuating civilians. We need help.
Getting visuals now, Captain.
Serena, launch pods. Bring the ship to alert.
Love the cutscene.
Halo Wars
Yeah.
does have some good cutscenes.
The
Yes.
first battle of, Blurred is, in my opinion, one of the best animation studios in
They should've
biz,
stuck with them.
and always will be. But as I was going to say, even if things look grim, the first battle of Arcadia would actually be a victory in the USC, because shortly after the Sphere of Fire arrives and leaves, Admiral Cole would arrive with his current battle group India, and mop up the remaining Covenant forces attacking the planet. This will be a short-lived victory, because Arcadia would fall later in the war, but at least for the early times, this would be seen as a brief victory, the USC.
Very heavily publicized as well.
Oh yeah, because Arcadia was very much so a high publicity resort world.
Yes.
Seeing a victory on it was a large boon to Oni.
All right. Now, after assisting in the evacuation of Arcadia, Dr. Ellen Anders, as mentioned before, the xenoarchaeologist, is actually captured by the Covenant, which is extraordinarily rare. Covenant does not capture, they kill. They don't care enough about human knowledge to capture. So them capturing her not only is strange, the highest degree possible, but is also extremely big in terms of a security breach. Because again, she's Dr. Halsey's protege. She knows nearly everything about anything about everything, including Forerunners. At least what is known up until that point. So, in a critical moment of decision here, the Spirit of Fire pursues the Covenant ship off of Arcadia without letting anybody else know, pretty much. They pretty much say, hey, we're leaving, bye! And they take the Spartan Red
The
team with
Spear of Fire would drop a buoy outside of right outside the Pachyon system's jump point, saying what they were doing, and that would be the last time they were ever seen by the USC for at least 20 plus years.
Yes. The ship ends up in uncharted space, finding a Foreigner shield world. A little bit about shield worlds here. Shield worlds were the Didact's answer to the Flood. What he wanted to do was build shield worlds, have Forerunners live inside, and then light the array, and then be done with it. He heavily opposed the Halo array when he was being made. His option was shield worlds. The Flood can never get into a shield world if it's locked down, no matter what they try. So they would wait until it was starved out, then go back into the galaxy. This, of course, didn't happen. And honestly, Halo Wars shows why his plan was really kind of retarded. Because when they get to Trove, which is, again, the shield world's name, the entire surface is covered by the Flood. This is humanity's first ever recorded interaction with the Flood, even if they didn't know it yet. Even if technically the first major recorded one was in CE, this is our first real chronological interaction with the parasite since the ancient days. That being said, the entire surface is covered in a Flood infestation, but to the Didact's credit, they didn't get inside. They didn't get inside the shield world at all. At least until the Spirit of Fire did. When the Spirit of Fire gets through the shield world surface, because the shield world opens up for them because they're reclaimers, the Flood gets in too. That being said, the entire reason the Covenant kidnapped Dr. Ellen Anders is because she's able to activate the Forerunner glyphs due to being a human, and she knows a lot about them because she's a Xeno archaeologist. There is a fleet of Forerunner warships there, which are exceedingly rare to find in the galaxy. If the Covenant had even one of these, the war would have been like cut in half, and they found a fleet here. So the Spirit of Fire does all it can to really both combat the Flood, which they again is an unknown enemy to them. It's taking over their crew, and they manage to escape barely. They forsake their slip space device, which pretty much dooms them from ever getting back to UNSC space on their own, and they turn into a bomb. So they destroy the shield world, the Covenant fleet, the Covenant detachment, an Arbiter as well, and the Flood infestation all in one go using their slip space bomb. That being said, once they do this, the entire crew goes into cryosleep and they're never heard from again up until pretty much current day Halo lore. So they're all alive. They're just adrift for 27 years. They missed the entirety of the rest of the war. For all they know, when they wake up at the start of Halo Wars 2, they don't know what's happened. They for all they know, they're the last humans on Earth, in the galaxy. But as of now, they all go into cryosleep, and they pretty much set a distress beacon, and they hope to God someone will find them. No one ever does. That's Halo Wars.
At the end, Sergeant John Forge would sacrifice himself to detonate the Sphere of Fire's Fukushima Shan drive in the artificial star of Trove, causing the planet to basically collapse in on itself. In doing so, ending the threat then and there, but also in turn leaving the Sphere of Fire without its wings, forcing it to be adrift.
Exactly.
And also during this battle, we see the good old Prophet of Regret. Yeah, so
Yes.
this was Regret's pet project, basically, during this time of the war.
Yeah, even though they all worked together to really blackmail their way to the top, at least Regret and Truth really don't like each other. These two are always scheming behind their backs. I don't know much about Mercy. There isn't much known about Mercy. As far as I know, he was only included in the 3 because he's like one of the hardline old guard Covenant leaders. And he was there to pretty much be like, hey, look, there's a bunch of new guys there, but at least I have good old Mercy there to keep them in line. Mercy never really does anything of his own. Truth and Regret, though, are extremely conniving. And this is Regret's plan to kind of more or less claim the glory of the Covenant War for himself and pretty much be the most powerful High Prophet. Of course, he leaves. Once they find out that there are humans there, the Covenant does not take a chance with risking a High Prophet, and they dip him out. So he actually leaves before the shield world's destroyed. And I can imagine he's none too happy when it does.
Fun fact, the destroyer you see the Sphere of Fire briefly engage inside the shield world is the Prophet of Regret's personal ship that was fleeing during that.
Yes. So the very fact that the Prophet was on board a ship that was currently in an engagement with a UNSC ship is almost sacrilege. And that's why the ship didn't chase down the Spirit of Fire during that moment. Because sure, if it stayed, it probably could have destroyed it. But its only directive is get the Prophet the hell out of there. But yeah, no. So Regret lives to scheme another day. And he will be scheming. Don't you worry.
Yeah, he would live to screw the pooch royally.
A couple more times, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so there's a little bit of a time skip here. We didn't get to the slides that are
so,
really
fun fact, this was done over the course of 11 hours. We originally planned to cover the entire Human Covenant War. Oh, we're skipping to the Fall of Reach.
Yeah, this is my...
Because, let me just summarize it as the best I can. Battle Segment Autonomous 4, Preston J. Cole destroys a Covenant fleet and is declared missing in action.
Though that was not Sigma Octantis 4. That was like a gas giant of some kind.
What wasn't that in the Sigma Octantis forces?
No, that would be Keys' loop. The Keys loop. That's what that happened there.
Okay.
I'll go over it super quickly. There's 20 years of pretty much dead space between Halo Wars and there's 20 years of just dead air between Halo Wars and Halo Reach. There's a 20-year period of humanity getting whittled down more and more and more and more until there's about a dozen or so human colony worlds left. The humanity's on its last legs. Most of the fleet's destroyed. We're pretty much out of nukes. It's a matter of time. Oni's saying that we're going to be extinct within the year. That being said, there's a really big battle that takes place before Reach, and that is called the Battle of Sigma Octantis 4. It's typically just your average run-of-the-mill, evacuate the Covenant are here, but they're glassing everything. Except the Covenant does not glass the planet. Instead, they deploy to the ground in thousands, which is rare. They've done it before. And this is one of the few times like, they're looking for something. Oni knows, like, hey, they're looking for something. They've done this the last few times where there have been like these weird alien ruins. They probably have something. Master Chief and Blue Team are deployed to the planet. And what they find is that the Covenant is taking out a human museum on the planet. And within the museum is a piece of alien architecture. It's one of the very few pieces of alien architecture that's actually up on display, because it was one of those things that was found and had like a big hubbub, and people don't know, like, is it natural? Is it not? Blue Team scans the first Blue Team dispatches the Covenant forces that were trying to get the artifact. It's like a chunk of rock with weird inscriptions on it. They try to they kill the Covenant forces that are trying to get it, and then they scan it and send the scans up to the UNSC Iroquois, which is it is pretty much one of the only ships in orbit at the time, and it's the only ship left after the initial Covenant wave takes out its two sister ships that are currently engaging the Covenant. This is a very unfair fight. When it comes to the UNSC and Covenant fleet battles, the Covenant almost always wins if it's a quote unquote fair fight. It takes a ratio of 3-1 for the UNSC to outnumber for it to be considered a fair fight. That being said, there are 3 UNSC ships here, and I'm pretty sure there are 3 or 4 Covenant ships. That being said, the Iroquois is the last ship standing after the other 2 get like pretty much done in instantly, because you can't really stop a plasma torpedo coming through it. What Keyes executes here is considered the most insane, lucky, and somewhat skillful. I want to say somewhat, but that's an understatement. It is the most skillful naval maneuver of the entire war. They call it the Keyes Loop. What he does is he uses his ship as a decoy, manages to nearly, when he gets shot at by the tracking plasma torpedoes, he nearly impacts a Covenant ship with how close he gets to it, and uses that to mess up the targeting and impacts the Covenant ship with its own torpedoes. This destroys one ship. When he's doing this, he shoots a nuke in the opposite direction before slingshotting around the planet and out of sight. The moment the other Covenant ships are in play again, he activates the nuke, and the EMP effect from the nuke knocks out the other 2 Covenant ships' shields. He dispatches those 2 Covenant ships in very quick succession using his MAC and Archer missile complement. He destroys 3 Covenant ships on his own, and then after that, badly damages a Covenant carrier, which then retreats, goes to the surface, disgorges its Covenant troops, and then flees. It's the first time the Covenant's ever fled. They have never fled before. They've always fought to the last, and then they come back again. This is big because, again, they not only did they flee, but the Iroquois beat 4 Covenant ships on its own. It's a destroyer. It's a tiny little thing. This is not a big ship. The fact that it could take down 4 speaks very heavily to Jacob Keyes' skill. And just a little bit more about Jacob Keyes. He accompanied Dr. Halsey 25 years, well, I want to say 30 years now, prior, when she was scouting the initial Spartan 2 candidates. So he's been around the block. This maneuver earns him the rank of captain before he was a commander. That being said, the Covenant doesn't take it lying down. They show up in force again, and a major battle takes place. Again, they're repelled. The Iroquois survives the battle with a good portion of the UNSC fleet, and it's kind of the first technical victory for the UNSC when it comes to a quote unquote fair fight. Because again, the Covenant retreats. It's very weird. They don't know why, but little unbeknownst to them, the Covenant was really only there for that locational data. When it was denied to them, they just left. They didn't care enough to glass the world. They would come back at some point, but regardless, that data is sent back to Reach, along with survivors and whatnot, and is immediately started to be plied over by Dr. Catherine Halsey and her new smart AI, Cortana. Cortana was made a lot differently for normal AIs. We talked about it beforehand when the smarter AIs are made by scanning a dead person's brain, and the lattice of their brain cells pretty much forms the imprint of that AI. Cortana was formed with a flash grown. So basically, what happened is Dr. Halsey flash cloned herself, which basically means if you're if you're a 45-year-old person and you flash clone yourself, there's gonna be a clone of your 45-year-old body there, as opposed to like a quote unquote real clone of like growing from a baby all the way up. That being said, flash clones are extremely unstable and more or less disintegrate and like degrade of like really bad neurological and physical diseases within a year. The all of the different Spartan 2s, when they were abducted as kids, were replaced with flash clones so they could be written off as, oh, they got some weird incurable disease, they'll die. That's so sad. No one's gonna notice that 150 Spartans, 150 kids across human space all randomly died really weirdly at the same time. That's just not gonna happen. Once someone did notice, but that's for a different. That's a story for a different time. That being said, Dr. Halsey flash cloned her own mind. She's one of the smartest humans to ever live. And then she used that brain. She basically killed her flash clone and used it to form Cortana. So Cortana, that being said, is like the cutting edge of AIs because not only is she made from the smartest person on the planet's brain, but she was also made using some Forerunner tech, as there is a crashed Forerunner vessel underneath an ice shelf on Reach that was discovered. Like I want to say I think it was like a year or two before the war even started. So Halsey used that and the brain to form Cortana, again, the most powerful smart AI ever. They get the coordinates from this little chunk of rock that blue team scans, but as the Covenant's fleeing, they attach a little tracking beacon to the Iroquois, Jacob Keyes' ship. So when it returns to Reach for refit, the Covenant finds out where Reach is. Now we finally get to the slide. Actually, no, we don't. We have one more thing to cover. By this point, humanity is considering a last-ditch effort to try and force a peace treaty. This is called Operation Red Flag. Their goal is to gather all the Spartans up that they can, all the Spartan 2s, which have been whittled down to like 30 at this point. 26. I think it's 26 operational Spartan 2s are left. Of the 75 that survived the augmentation process, they've been picked off little by little by little until there's like 26 left. That being said, the plan is to take the Pillar of Autumn, which again was heavily damaged 20 years back during the Arcadia campaign, and refit it. They refitted it entirely with hexagonal battle plate, much. I want to say it's lighter armor, but it's more powerful armor against plasma weapons. And they updated its missile battery, its armaments, its everything. And the goal was to find wherever the Covenant leadership was, kidnap a high prophet, and use their basically take them hostage and force a peace treaty. By saying, hey, we'll give up your leader if you stop killing us. Because at this point, humanity is willing to try anything. It's important to note, this plan would have never worked because humanity does not know about the Covenant's capital and how it is like a gigantic floating planetoid that they made themselves. Nothing bigger than a centimeter gets scanned by the Covenant's capital without like getting noticed. So it would have never worked, but this is their plan. They don't know it would have never worked. They think this is our last ditch effort. We have nothing left to lose. Top brass only says we're going to be extinct here within the year. May as well try something crazy. That being said, the Covenant finds Reach before they can spring the plan. First Reach is a big deal when it comes to the human empire. Well, the remains of the human empire. It was the first planet ever colonized by humanity as a whole. And as such, it's the most developed. It's had about 300 years, 200 or 300 years to get its own culture. It has hundreds of millions of civilians, and it's the UNSC headquarters. You would think the UNSC headquarters uh, is at Earth. No, it's not. It is at Reach because Reach is a bigger planet. It has massive deposits of iron and natural resources, and specifically titanium A, which is a type of titanium that they used for UNSC warship battleplate. So this is where the majority of UNSC warships were made. This is where the majority of UNSC vehicles and weapons were made. This is where a lot of UNSC troops were fielded and trained. This is where the Spartans were trained. They were all kidnapped from across the galaxy, well, from across the Orion arm of the galaxy, at least in human space, brought back to Reach and trained in complete secrecy. This is the most important planet, technically speaking, even more than Earth. That being said, the Covenant finds Reach and they send initial scouting parties to cut contact with the wider UNSC, at least initially. Thinking this is your average insurrectionist plot, the Reach militia more or less just sends in a Spartan team just to get it done quickly, get operations back up and go. Sure, you could argue that a Spartan 3 team being used in this way is a little bit of overkill, but this is kind of what Noble Team was. They didn't have anything to do at the moment. But that being said, again, Noble Team is Spartan 3s. These are newer Spartans that were taken from already destroyed Covenant or human worlds. So they took kids that were orphaned. I'll let you cover this.
Spartan 3s are all war orphans. They already have the instilled hatred of the Covenant that the UNSC wanted for the next generation of Spartans. Along with that, their augmentation process is different from the 2s. It's not as rigorous. It's more of a chemical-based augmentation that still allows them to wear a newer form of Spartan Mjolnir armor. And the main thing, the big thing with the 3s, is they are easier and cheaper to produce. Meaning there's a lot more 3s in the galaxy than there are 2s. The largest being the Gamma Company, which had at its maximum 300 Spartans. Mind you, Noble Team consisted of Alpha and Bravo companies, which each Bravo had around 100 and Alpha had around 100, Bravo had around 200, and Gamma Company had a large complement of Spartan 3s during the War of 300. But that was at a cost due to the problem with the Gamma Company and their augmentation was there was an issue that was found out where they would have extensive neurological issues, mainly high aggression and neurological degradation. Meaning of all the Spartan 3s, they were used in suicide missions the most.
Yes. Real quick, now that we have our little lore drop with the Spartan 3s, Noble Team is a team made up of 5 Spartan 3s and 1 Spartan 2, there for seniority and probably because he has a much cooler head.
Also,
a lot of these. Sorry,
George is just my dad.
This is true. I was there. I saw it. I'm George's chain gun. Actually, I was there when that happened. But the lore with the Noble Team at least is that with they're from Spartan 3 companies Alpha and Beta, so they're really young. Like I want to say all of Noble Team except for George is around 20 to 22 years of age. They are very young, including Noble 6. So they're all pretty immature, as seen by Emil. Emil is definitely like big hothead. And they presumably put George, which is again a Spartan 2 Master Chief's class, they put George there to be the cooler head. They put him there to be the voice of reason, and the fact that he's honestly, for a Spartan, he's pretty damn good with civilians. A lot of the Spartan 2s are sociopaths, not by nature, but due to the fact that they were abducted at age 6 and then worked to the bone till age 14, then thrown directly into war. They don't know how to conversate. They don't know how to be good-thinking human beings. If you try to conversate with a Spartan, you're going to be talking to a brick wall most of the time because they don't really know how to be a human.
Unless it's George.
That being said, yes, unless it's George. George is your average. He's a stand-up guy. He is a pretty stand-up guy. That being said, Noble Team engages, is going to see what's going on, and then they find out it was not Innies, it's the Covenant. Worst case scenario has happened. Covenant's found Reach. The Winter Contingency is activated. Now, Winter Contingency isn't anything special to Reach. It's just the directive that is sent out when the Covenant finds a planet. It basically means get your shit ready. It's happening. Purge all locational data. Prepare for invasion. That
It's
being
coming.
said, yes, it's coming. That being said, they do their Reach does its best. They do. Like for the initial Covenant scouting assault, they do pretty well in repelling them. They destroy the Covenant land spires where the massive Covenant armies that have been deployed already are situated. They manage to run hit and run campaigns to destroy leadership, and they even engage in zealots in battle, which is the elite's highest class. They're only there if something big's going on. So the fact that they're there shows that they're looking for something at the same time that they're there to destroy Reach. One zealot escapes this engagement early on and will actually go on to plague Noble Team for the rest of the Battle of Reach. That being said, the first loss of Noble Team happens when they are sent into space to break the back of the Covenant invasion force, at least the initial Covenant invasion force. They slip a slip space bomb onto a Pelican, then hijack a Covenant Corvette, and George, the man himself that we just said is a stand-up guy, sacrifices himself in order to blow up the Covenant supercarrier that's there. A supercarrier, by the way, is over 20 miles long. Like, what can you do? That being said, they used a slip space bomb to take it out. And at that moment, it seems, hey, we did pretty good. That being said, cue this next slide in the video.
Yep.
Slip space rupture detected.
Gamma station control, reading multiple pings below the orbital defense
Slip
grid.
space rupture detected.
Yeah, we're picking up anomalies too. Are you reading
Slip
it?
space rupture
Multiple
detected.
Covenant signatures.
Slip space
Does anyone have
rupture
a big?
detected.
They're everywhere.
Slip space
Yeah,
rupture
fucking
detected.
the whole damn Covenant
Slip
fleet.
space rupture detected.
All right, go ahead and pause it. Pause it. There we go. Hey, wait, never mind.
Shortly after defeating Long Night Solace, the Covenant fleet, of particular with Justice, would translocate into the Epsilon Iridane system, conducting the full invasion of Reach.
Multiple population centers are targeted. Again, notably the capital. Well, not again, but I haven't even brought it up yet. The capital of Reach itself, New Alexandria. Now one member short, Noble Team is redeployed to assist in civilian evacuation efforts before being reassigned yet again to assist Dr. Catherine Halsey in getting a shard of Cortana off-world for Red Flag, which is still very much in planning. Like, despite the fact that Reach is there, they're still trying to get this mission out the door. That being said, after the second wave, a third wave shows up, and this one is the one that breaks the back of the UNSC. Over 300 ships show up at Reach because they know exactly what Reach is by this point and know how important it is. They send overwhelming numbers. There's only 100 or so UNSC ships there, and that's the largest human fleet of the war. And the Covenant sends 300. It takes a 3-to-1 ratio for a UNSC force to have a fair fight against a Covenant force. And they're outnumbered 3-to-1 for once. That being said, it's a bloodbath. The Pillar of Autumn is in orbit. It gets badly damaged during the initial opening salvo of this massive fleet battle, lands at Azad shipyard on Reach, and Noble Team sadly pretty much dies on their way to get that shard of Cortana to Jacob Keyes. That being said, this shard of Cortana is uber important because she holds the locational data that was found from that rock on Sigma Octanus 4, as well as all the rudimentary data that we have of the Forerunners up by this point. So Noble Team is redeployed to one last time to get Cortana to the Pillar of Autumn at all costs while it's there on the ground getting repairs. The Covenant is also zeroing in on the Pillar of Autumn at this point. Not for any particular reason, just because, it's a UNSC ship, it's there, they're trying to get off world, let's kill it, haha. That being said, before this all happens, as it's going down to the surface, the Master Chief and I don't want to say blue team, but like a detachment of 2 Spartans are sent to
Linda, probably?
Yes.
Linda
James.
and James.
Yes, these 3 Spartans are sent to a orbital relay orbiting Reach because they didn't manage to completely destroy their navigational data. So that means if the Covenant sifted through their files, they would find the location of Earth. They would find all the remaining human colonies. So at all costs, destroy that locational data. James is lost early on upon boarding, and then Linda is functionally killed. They throw her in a cryopod in the Pillar of Autumn because while her injuries are severe, if she gets flash cloned organs, she can live. Well, she can be resuscitated. So they throw her in a cryopod before her brain fully dies, and she's frozen.
Isn't it the second player in TE is Linda?
People like saying it, but no.
Base game, no, you are a chief clone, but cool detail for some Halo mods like the GOAT Combat Re-Evolved. Player 2 is Linda.
Yes, but in canon, no. That being said, the rest of the Spartan 2s, at this point, red flag is called off. They realize, look, the Pillar of Autumn's damaged. This is the last stand of the greater UNSC military. Deploy all remaining Spartan 2s to Reach to try and protect the orbital ground batteries, which are gigantic generators that are powering the Mac cannons in orbit. So one of humanity's strongest tools in defense is an orbital Mac cannon. Basically, think a ship's Mac cannon, which fires a multiple ton tungsten slug at a fraction the speed of light, and upscale that by about, I want to say 100 times the size. One shot from this can punch through a Covenant ship's shields and just impale it. One shot is enough to take down your average Covenant ship, which is unheard of for human technology. Because again, you're flinging a gigantic, honestly, probably quarter-mile long piece of one of the hardest metals in the galaxy at a fraction the speed of light. That being said, it's 20 or so Spartans up against literally tens of thousands of Covenant ground troops. They didn't stand a chance. Most of the Spartan 2s are killed, leaving Master Chief as the fire rate. Sorry, we just got a little question here. The fire rate of an orbital Mac cannon isn't too good. I would say probably 2 or 3 rounds.
So, for example, if you know the mission Cairo Station in Halo 2, if you're in the outside section, you see that little part moving up and down, and you hear that bang. You're in basically the fucking firing mechanism of the Mac cannon. That's how fast those fuckers fire.
Which, for something of that scale, is pretty quick.
Yes.
And mind you, planets like Earth had them on geosynchronous orbit of every major population center. That's a lot of Mac guns.
There are none over Kansas.
Rounds, a lot of Covenant ships, very fast.
There are no Mac cannons over Kansas.
You see, the problem with this, though, is that Reaches aren't as good as Earth's. Reaches are powered by generators on the ground, so they have to defend the ground at all costs. And the Covenant ships are very good at slip space. A good number of Covenant ships just pinpoint jump underneath the defense grid and swarm the batteries with troops. The Spartans, again, are deployed to try and stop this, but they don't stand a chance in hell. Most of the Spartans die. The orbital Mac cannons go down one by one, and pretty soon the Pillar of Autumn is the only ship to really escape. The rest of the 100-strong fleet is just completely destroyed, and with it, the greater UNSC Navy is gone. The UNSC's fighting power is more or less dead. That being said, as the Pillar of Autumn escapes, instead of going for the Cole Protocol, which is a protocol that Admiral Cole made, obviously due to the name, where if you're in a Covenant engagement, you wipe your navigational data, and then you do a bunch of random jumps to escape, as to not lead any ships that are following you to any other colony. So if you manage to get away, good on you. How do you get to another planet, knowing that, like, you've just wiped your navigational data? I don't know. Most people don't get too far. Most people, when they initiate the protocol, they get found out by the Covenant ships. They get found, they get tracked, and then they get destroyed in some random patch of space. It's better than going back to a colony and getting destroyed. That being said, Cortana doesn't do that. She instead takes the coordinates deciphered from Sigma Octantis 4 and uses them to set the Pillar of Autumn towards whatever awaits it on the other side. Oh, a portion of the Fleet of Particular Justice, headed by Vel Vadami, the shipmaster that headed the entirety of the campaign on Reach, notices the Pillar of Autumn, tracks where they're going, and follows them in slip space. Noble Team meets its end on the planet. They give up, two of the 3 remaining members give up their lives in the fight to get Cortana, that fragment at least, to the Pillar of Autumn. And then Noble 6, the player character, stays behind to make sure that the Pillar of Autumn gets out of the world. If not for him staying behind, the Pillar of Autumn gets absolutely blasted by a Covenant frigate.
I mean, he was given the choice to board or not. And he said, no, you need... Well, yeah, if he did, they'd be fucked anyway.
Yeah. That being
Noble
said,
6 is dying no matter what.
Noble 6 dies the next day. Fighting... Noble 6 canonically goes out, fighting for 4 hours. It takes an entire Covenant
here's
army.
The thing with Noble 6. He kept fighting for a week after. He was fighting non-stop in Zod for a week. When we pick back up as him in-game, that is him on his last legs.
Yeah, he that final engagement that you play through Lone Wolf canonically takes place over a 4-hour period and involves the elements of an entire Covenant ground army converging on 6 just to wipe them out. And he does go down.
But he has earned his hyper-lethal.
Yes.
More
that being said,
so.
Take us to the
I think he probably deserves it more than the Chief.
No, they are on the same level as hyper-lethal. It's just... I'm real Chief would have died there too.
Yeah,
I don't think Chief would have made it as long.
No, he would have made it longer. It's just they're both, in hypothetical, be facing down an entire Covenant ground army. Mind you, that is millions strong. Because the same ratio of Covenant to UNSC applies to their ground forces too. We were outnumbered in all margins.
Yeah. That being said, though, move us to the next area. This is the fun stuff. The Pillar of Autumn, of course, as I said, is tracked by pursuing Covenant ships, and both parties end up at the endpoint of the coordinates. Alpha Halo, otherwise known as Installation 04. The Covenant fleet immediately attacks the Autumn, but thanks to its refit from a 4 red flag, it manages to take quite a beating, and it takes down, 4 Covenant ships before going down itself. It takes down a good half the fleet that came with it.
During the initial engagement over Alpha Halo, the Autumn manages to kill 4 cruisers.
Which, again, is an insane number for a UNSC ship. Usually it takes 4 UNSC ships to take down 1 Covenant
that
ship.
3-round burst Matt Cannon has is very mean.
Yeah, the one of the refits that it got was literally just, let's give this thing the ability to 3-round burst fire Matt cannons.
I think that would be fun.
Just 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, no, it was very fun. It was so fun that it killed 4 Covenant ships.
A funny way to think of it is, think of it the same way you kill a elite in Halo with a bow rifle, just on a much larger scale.
Yeah. That being said, though, it loses the fight. It crash lands onto the ring. But not before disgorging all of its cryopods, waking up the Master Chief, and getting most of its crew into escape pods. The captain, a very familiar Jacob Keyes, who was chosen for Red Flag, is captured by the Covenant upon crash landing. So Master Chief is given Cortana during this whole process where the Covenant's boarding the vessel and crippling it. And his instructions are, get Cortana the hell off the ship. She cannot be captured by...
She cannot be captured or destroyed.
Cost. Yes. That being said, Chief survives. He's the only one in his pod to survive the crash landing onto the ring. Rounds up the survivors and mounts a rescue on the Truth and Reconciliation, which is a ship that was badly damaged by the Pillar of Autumn but survived. And that is currently docked in air orbit around a desert plateau of the ring. So he leads a Marine force, which includes Sergeant Avery Johnson, as mentioned, from the Harvest campaign. That dude's still around and kicking. They go in, rescue Keyes, and with Keyes, he was kind of sitting there for like a day or two. So he had heard a lot about what the Coveys were talking about. So while detained on the vessel, he learns a few very important things. The Ringworld's name, Halo, its purpose as a weapon. They don't know anything other than the fact that apparently it's a very powerful super weapon. That being said, he also hears about a map room that will lead to the control room of the installation, and also the location of a supposed weapons cache. Chief is dispatched to find the whereabouts of the control room via the silent cartographer, the map room, and does so pretty swimmingly. And from there, he immediately goes to the control room. Next slide.
Yes.
So Chief leads an assault, gains the on the silent cartographer, gains access to the map, and immediately gets to the control room, plugs Cortana into it. She absorbs a lot of Forerunner knowledge, goes pretty much is like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then she goes like, wait a minute. Keyes isn't going for a weapons cache. Yeah, Chief, stop him. He's like, why? You just gotta go. No time, go. So Chief leaves Cortana on the ring. He's alone for the first time in the campaign. He is sent to the supposed weapons cache in order to stop Keyes from opening up. He gets there too late. And Chief learns in very short order that Halo isn't just a weapon. It's a containment and research facility as well for something that was encountered earlier on in the war, the Flood. By the time he gets to the cache, it's too late. The Flood have been released. They are rapidly taking over the area. The Covenant's running scared, and Jacob Keyes has been infected. Next slide. So after leaving Cortana in the control room, he's saved from that area by 343 Guilty Spark, the monitor of the installation. A monitor basically is in charge of the entire installation. All of its subroutines go through him or her. And it's basically the steward or stewardess of the Halo installation that's a part of, or just any Forerunner installation. Because there are monitors for any different kind of Forerunner place. Regardless, he finds Chief, saves him via using the Halo's automated defense array known as Sentinels to really save his ass in the asses of a couple of Marines that were there too. And teleports Chief to the library to get the activation index for the ring. He tells Chief, hey, look, we can stop the Flood by activating the ring and it'll kill the Flood. And Chief's like, this sounds pretty cool. I'm in. Because canonically, this is one of the first times the Master Chief has ever felt fear. He goes through that facility gets introduced to the Flood, sees how it warps he runs into a warped UNSC combat form, Marine combat form, tries to speak to it, and gets whipped by the combat form so hard, he gets sent across the room. He's in 1,000 pounds of armor. It doesn't break his shields, but golly, it hits him like a truck, and that's a normal human. He gets up, blasts the thing to pieces, and is understandably scared shitless over the fact that, holy shit, that thing is not a Marine anymore. That is a monster. And again, Chief is scared. Like, Chief is genuinely like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. His heart sinks during that mission when you go onto that lift that sends you down further into the facility. He was expecting it to go up. When it goes down, his heart like he feels his heart drop. He is terrified. That being said, now that he has a way to stop them, he's business again. He fights through the library, manages to find a Marine named Marvin Mabuto. This is a little bit of flavored text. This is nothing important at all. But Guilty Spark had found some hard-ass Marine before Chief, and this Marine had gotten halfway through the library, which at this point is straining the Master Chief to the point of not knowing if he's going to get through it. A Marine, a regular human being, made it halfway through. And by the time he got killed by the Flood, He was so mangled that the Flood couldn't even infect his body. He went down fighting and swinging that hard that the Flood mobbed him to the point where his body is uninfectable. That being said, Chief grabs his dog tags, holds a pretty big eulogy for him, for a Spartan at least, and says, Sergeant Mabuto, you must have been one hardcore son of a bitch. I didn't know you, but I sure as hell wish I had. Then he moves on his way. That little moment of humanity kind of more or less rejuvenates him and continuing on, because if a Marine can make it that far, he has no excuse. He makes it all the way through the flood-infested library, getting to the activation index and claiming it. Guilty Spark takes it, and then they're teleported back to the control room. Before he can light the array, however, before he can light the installation, Cortana pops back up, swipes the activation index, and explains to Chief, you were about to doom the entire galaxy, buddy. Do you have any idea what you're about to do? And Chief is more or less playing the, okay, guys, don't harass each other, because Guilty Spark is absolutely livid that there's another construct inside the Forerunner systems. That's not allowed. Especially with another construct holding the activation index now. That's like a huge breach of security. That being said, she tells Chief, look, this array does not kill the Flood. It kills its food. Guess what, buddy? You're food. I'm food. Well, I'm technically not food. Like, the people who made me are food. Humans are food. The Covenant are food. It will wipe out all life in the galaxy if you fire this weapon. Chief goes, is that true? To get this Guilty Spark. And Spark, who has gone a little bit insane, Spark thinks that he knows this. And Spark was like, well, yeah, that's the purpose. Why wouldn't you know that? Aren't you Forerunner? You asked me long time ago if I had the choice, would I light the rings? And having had a considerable amount of time to think about it, my answer remains the same. I would light the rings to stop the Flood. If you won't light the rings, I will find someone who will. And he turns on the Master Chief. So Master Chief and Cortana book it out of there. And the first thing they do is fly above the control room in Covenant Banshees and destroy 3 phase generators. This temporarily knocks the Halo's firing systems offline. This is, meanwhile, the Covenant's still around. They're just caught in a 3-way war between the UNSC, the remnants of the UNSC, and the Flood. The Flood is very quickly consuming everything. And there are moments in these battles where the Chief isn't there, where there are, for instance, back to the Flood containment facility, you could find a little bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Set piece storytelling, where there are 2 Marines and 2 Jackals corpses. So 4 corpses total, dead side by side. Covenant forces and UNSC forces at this point, when they're beset on by the Flood, are working together, at least for the moment, to get the Flood off their backs. Like, they are doing everything in their power to both kill each other and get this new parasite the hell away from them. It is fear time. That being said, the Chief manages to destroy these phase generators and buys them a little bit of time. Next slide. So, as I already said, he flies around the control room, destroys phase generators. From there, he is teleported by Cortana using pretty much while she was in the installations network. She learned how to do quite a few things in regards to controlling the installation. So she can teleport Chief around. Not very well, as she teleports him upside down, but more or less it gets him to where he needs to go. That being said, where he needs to go is the Truth and Reconciliation. Ship that was heavily damaged beforehand, where they initially rescued Keys. It is now heavily infested by the Flood, and the Flood is trying to repair it and get it off-world so they can spread across the galaxy. It is also currently being assaulted by a Covenant strike team that is meant to permanently ground the ship so it cannot escape into the wider galaxy. And the reason why they're there is because Captain Keys' vitals are there. And what they don't know at this point is that he's been infected for a while. The Flood has been ransacking his mind, and it is doing everything it can to find the location of Earth. It is doing everything it can to find any sort of weakness for what's going on, any way off-world, any sort of pertinent information it can find to the spread it's trying to take. Keys is getting his mind torn apart bit by bit, and he is fighting by repeating his service number, his name, and something else. But regardless, He's just coherent enough, despite being melded into a proto-Gravemind, to try and warn the Chief multiple times during the course of this mission, telling him to leave him. By the time you reach Keyes, he succumbed to the Flood and is dead. And his body has been merged together with several other bodies, both alien and human, to form a proto-Gravemind. Basically, a Gravemind is a hive mind centralized intelligence of the Flood. If the Flood forms one of these, it now has the tactical knowledge and sentience to be able to fight like a fleet commander. It will be able to tell exactly where points are weakest. It will form strategies. It will no longer be a horde. It will be a pinpoint strike force of overwhelming numbers used to the fullest extent. Chief kills Keyes, or at least denies the Covenant his knowledge, as he's already mentally dead, by caving in his skull and taking his neural implants so he can have the necessary clearance to cause a reactor overload in the crashed, also infested Pillar of Autumn. Despite Guilty Spark, the Flood, and the Covenant's attempts to kill them, Chief and Cortana overload the Pillar of Autumn's reactor cores, destroying Alpha Halo, most of the local Covenant fleet, and the Flood infestation. The amount of human survivors of this battle can be counted on 2 hands. I say 2 hands, it's more like 6 or 7 total. 8 if you include Chief. All right, do you want to go over First Strike, Sirik? I've been talking for a bit.
Real quick before we leave the battle installation 04, we have to cover 1, the OST complement of the Autumn, and the fate of Alpha Base. Basic TLDR. Another part of Operation Red Flag was the OST complement aboard the Pillar Arm that would assist the Spartans in capturing the Prophets if the operation was a go. During the Battle of the Ark, during the Battle of Installation 04, that OST complement would make landfall shortly after the Pillar Arm crashed and secure the crash site from the Covenant. During so, they would pilfer the Arm's wreck for as many resources as possible, and then make it for a location designated Alpha Base. There, it would be the central command of the UNSC during the Battle of the Ring, and where, well, Chief would link up with the UNSC shortly after he crashed. TR went for it in game. The little time between Halo and Troop Reconciliation is him at the base making the plans to break out Keyes. That's what's touched in Halo: The Flood. We see that in the book.
Yes.
Continuing on from that, Alpha Base would hold for most of the battle, at least until the Flood breaks out. At that point, Alpha Base is overwhelmed, and the survivors, consisting mainly of the OST complement, would make it for the Trip of Reconciliation itself, and actually manage to get to move. During so, they would lock most of the Flood infestation off, welding the segments of the ship that were infested off, trying to make a break. But at least 2 members knew that, hey, this is not a good idea. Mainly Lieutenant Commander Melissa Kayes, in a last ditch of sacrifice, would sabotage the reactors, right? I remember, right?
Yeah, it was the directional controls.
Yeah, basically, she would cripple the Truth, making her crash, ending
onto
that
the surface
threat.
of the ring. The majority of the UNSC survivors are killed in this endeavor. Again, Major Antonio Silva, the guy that was telling them to get off world, is a colossal idiot. I honestly almost said a much more mean, derogatory word, because that's how stupid he is for even thinking of this. The Flood still controls half the ship. What do you mean you are going to take it off world? What do you mean? You're going to do anything but sure, they don't know that the Flood is like a super centralized hive mind yet. They don't know how virulent it is. They were risking taking something back to Earth that they have already seen can easily spread, even just through regular contact, and warp and turn humans, any kind of body, biomass, into an extension of itself. And this idiot This buffoon, his first and only ideal is let's get it back to Earth. Melissa McKay is a hero in this house. She destroyed the Truth and Reconciliation, and yes, most of the UNSC survivors of the ring went down with it. But that's better than having the Flood reach Earth. And the Flood would have reached Earth. All it would have taken is a single spore to be ejected from the infested area of the ship and land planet side, and the planet is dead.
Yeah. As quoted from Shipmaster Artis Rodum, one spore can destroy an entire species.
This is... I don't know how long you expected years to be.
Yeah, we're running quick here.
Yeah, you're running a little bit short. We'll see if Will gets in here at such a time.
Yeah, you should,
because he
probably
might
talk
be a
to
little
him.
late.
We're gonna speedball this. Okay, go. Operation First Strike. Master Chief links up with a very few survivors of Installation 4, including Spartan Linda, who is still functionally dead, but she's still in a cryopod. They go back to Reach. They find something called the Slip Space Crystal, and it allows them to dilate slip space and time. So they actually arrive at Reach like a week before Halo CE started. It's the only time that time travel is ever explored in Halo, and I hope to God it's still the only time ever. That being said, they find surviving Spartan 2s. Master Chief is no longer the last remaining Spartan 2. In this moment, they pick up the survivors, including Dr. Catherine Halsey and a Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb. That being said, as they escape Reach, they fuse a UNSC and Covenant ship together and then use that and the crystal to get off world fast. During this time, Dr. Halsey manages to resuscitate Linda, as I said they would hope they would do, using flash-cloned organs. Linda is back alive. Hooray! That's why she's playable in Halo 5. That being said, they also learn that the Covenant has found the location of Earth and is mustering a fleet of hundreds to crush that planet. That being said, it's the Prophet of Truth fleet. Using the crystal, they manage to make it to the mustering ground. They destroy the crystal, and then they also destroy the mustering ground, a massive station called the Unyielding Hierophant, destroying it at the cost of many of the lives of survivors, including several Spartans. That being said, Spartan Blue Team survives. William, Fred, Linda, Kelly, and Master Chief all survive. They reduce the fleet from hundreds to only around a dozen or so badly damaged surviving ships. They then make it back to Earth and let the UNSC know what's going on. Cue Halo 2, next slide. Oh, also, I should mention, Avery Johnson survives Halo CE. He is one of those survivors, and he makes it all the way back to Earth. He also gets notable because he is, as a Spartan 1, his noble system, his nervous system was severely jumbled up. And
incompatible
when
with the Flood.
he was part of the squad along with Jacob Keyes that got assaulted by the Flood. He lived. He survived. There's a comic you can look up called Containment Break that shows how he survives. It is disgustingly gory. It's wonderful. It's body horror to its best. That being said, Master Chief has a little bit of a dilemma. He can tell Oni that Sergeant Johnson survived the Flood infection, and then condemn him to being vivisected and killed, or he cannot tell them that. Important to note, Johnson is a father figure to Master Chief. They have known each other since Chief was 14 years old and have been on a lot of missions together. And pretty much, the Chief has learned a lot from Johnson. He is the closest thing Johnson has to a quote-unquote daddy. That being said, they make it back to Earth, and Chief decides not to tell Oni that Johnson survived Flood infection. That being said, Earth is attacked by the Covenant, but not in force. This is because, as always, the High Prophets are scheming against each other. And in that scheming, the Prophet of Regret was ransacking a planet, found a Forerunner luminary, and saw, oh my god, this luminary has all of the locational data of all 7 Halo rings and the portal to the Ark. What the Ark is will be explained later. That being said, he bum rushes it to Earth without knowing that Earth is the capital of the other human empire. So a fleet of like 15 Covenant ships shows up, and they're met with the full force of the UNSC, or what's left of it. Condition Endgame is sent out, and that is a directive that pretty much says the Covenant have found Earth. If you're not in system, get back here. If you can't get in system, find the nearest Covenant force and go down swinging. We are going to take as many of these bastards down as we can with us. The only directive for Condition Endgame take as many as you can down with us. This is the final stand. That being said, for the first time probably ever, sure, they're fully outnumbered. Covenant forces are chewed up and spat out, even on the ground. Like, sure, there's a very big numbers advantage in space, but on the ground, humanity is fighting like rabid dogs. Civilians, you see it in Halo 3 ODST, police officers, Marines, anybody that can hold a weapon is actively fighting or defending people who can't. This is it. The last bastion of human civilization is being fought over, and humans will not go down quietly. It reaches such a point that younger elites start wondering, why the hell are we even genociding humanity? They fight so hard. Why aren't they like our second-hand guys when it comes to the military? Why haven't we inducted them in already? And it causes a pretty big debate within the older and younger elite sects. That being said, Master Chief is deployed onto the ground after destroying a Covenant supercarrier. And his main mission is to go straight after the Prophet of Regret, who is there over the city of New Mombasa, because that is the location of the Forerunner artifact that he was there for. Regret, understandably, is terrified. Next slide. Because Chief runs through an entire city held by the Covenant to try and kill him. Regret leaves, and he goes to Halo Installation 5, Delta Halo. Again, he got this information from the same luminary that gave him the information of Earth's location. The Master Chief follows in a frigate headed by, notably, Captain Keyes' daughter, Miranda Keyes, and Johnson is there too, because of course. Almost immediately after getting to Halo Installation 5, they kill the Prophet of Regret. Regret has schemed his last, and he finally bit off more than he can chew. Master Chief caves his skull in with his fist. That being said, High Charity shows up in orbit. That is the Covenant's holy city, moon-sized capital city planetoid. Hundreds of ships, even bigger than the fleet that invaded Reach. 50 times, I'm pretty sure they said, right? Didn't they say it was 50 times the size that invaded Reach? So that means
the Covenant home fleet is 50 times the size of the Fleet Protector of Justice,
which is 300 ships.
Fleet. Yeah.
So you can imagine how many are there. It's thousands. That being said, a glassing beam hits the area right where Chief just killed the Prophet of Regret, and Chief seemingly meets his end. Next slide. Now we get to talk about a fun guy, the Arbiter. He is the shipmaster that was in charge of both the Reach invasion and subsequent horrible disaster at Installation 04. Delve at him a little. I don't know if we have a lot of time for a quick background.
I think Will's in the middle of something right now, so you might have time.
Awesome. Okay. He is a very young fleet commander, all things considered. He's survived encounters with Spartans, most notably Grey Team, which is a very specialized group of Spartan 2s. The fact that he lived that this speaks to the Arbiter's skill in battle. That being said, Velvadamy is a shipmaster by the time Reach rolls around. He is such a skilled shipmaster that up until this point, he has killed 2% of the human race by himself. Like, by his own fleet, he has killed 2% of the human race.
That's insane numbers.
Yes,
that's billions.
That is billions. It is billions and billions.
That is
this guy
in the tens of billions, I'm sure.
He's one of the Covenant's architects of humanity's destruction. That being said, his failure to stop the Master Chief from destroying the ring is tantamount to sin. It is the biggest sin possible. Even if it was accidental, you may as well just piss on the Pope. That being said,
he would go on piss on the Pope.
Yes. The council demands his head, and they pretty much get his figurative head as he gets stripped down to his jimmies and gets branded with the mark of shame. Basically, it's the worst shame ever for an elite. He is now nothing. He is worse than nothing. He is a disgraced samurai. Instead of death, however, what he does get is he's secretly taken to the High Prophets. Regret's still alive at the time, but he doesn't really know about it because, he's off bum rushing Earth. That being said, Mercy and Truth appoint him the Arbiter, which is pretty much an elite soldier that has been dishonored beyond dishonor. And the only way they can get their honor back is through death, going through suicidal missions to help the Covenant out. They are only chosen in times of great need, like when Halo Wars, the Forerunner fleet was in play. That being said, he is sent to eliminate a rogue renegade Covenant splinter cell on an orbiting Forerunner facility that was orbiting the gas giant that Halo Installation 4 was based at. And while he's there, he finds 343 Guilty Spark, who has survived and is now freed of his programming. That becomes notable later on. Next slide.
Yeah.
So by the time the Arbiter's completed his mission, the events with Master Chief have already occurred, and with a dead High Prophet comes a very radical changing of the guard at the Prophet of Truth's behest. The Brutes are now taking over the Chief Military Command of the Covenant from the Elites by the order, again, of Prophet of Truth. This is veiled as a safety measure after the Elite bodyguard detail failed to stop the Chief's assassination of Regret, but in all actuality is Truth further consolidating his power over the Covenant, replacing the Sangheili, who are proud, loyal, but most of all, not really subservient to the prophets. They are more so equals, and Truth doesn't like that because you can't order equals around. He replaces the Sangheili with a species that is much more blind in their faith, new to the Covenant, eager to prove themselves, and much more violent. And unquestioning to his orders. That's a huge bonus. They, of course, are the Brutes. Arbiters deployed Delta Halo with a combined force of Elites and Brutes to secure the library and the activation index in a race against the UNSC troops that are there as well. After killing Regret, what was it? Commander Keyes, what's her name again? First, Miranda Keyes and Johnson see fit after losing communication with Chief to first, okay, well, we can't find him. Next thing's next. Get that activation index. So it's a mad race against the humans. The humans get there first, but Arbiter stops them, grabs the activation index, and is promptly betrayed by Tartarus, who reveals to him, hey, not only am I betraying you, but the Prophet of Truth ordered me to. Your species is going to die now, and we're in charge. Have fun. And he's tossed into the flood-infested depths of Installation 5. Important to note, Installation 5 is undergoing its own flood outbreak, not because of the Covenant or UNSC, but because containment failed on the ring only about 3,000 years after the array fired. There's been a flood outbreak on the ring for 100,000 years, and it's been contained up until the Arbiter releases the shields containing it so he can get in and get the activation index. Okay, next slide. So, neither Chief or Arby are dead, big surprise. They encounter the worst possible scenario for a flood outbreak. A grave mind has formed in the 100 or so thousand years that the outbreak has been going on. Again, grave mind, centralized intelligence. This thing is smart. This thing is so smart that it can direct the flood across the galaxy. Not only that, it's the same consciousness as the one that started the flood. It's the same consciousness throughout everything. Every time a grave mind is formed, it's the same intelligence. It's the same guy. He's fought the Forerunners. He's killed the Forerunners. He's consumed the Forerunners. He, as a primordial in his older days, shaped the universe. This guy, well, I mean, this intelligence at least, knows everything. In fact, he speaks in iambic pentameter, not because it's important to, but because he's bored. So what? He can form sentences in iambic pentameter as much as he wants. That being said, Chief and Arbiter are rescued by the Gravemind. They're not infected. Instead, he sends them off to stop the array from firing, because at this point, the Arbiter's faith is pretty shaken. So it sends Chief directly into High Charity itself. He nearly kills the Prophet of Truth and Mercy before they escape, and he fights his way across High Charity as the Brutes rise up across the Covenant, and a massive civil war takes place. The home fleet of High Charity is now engaged with itself between Brute-led ships and Elite-led ships, and hundreds upon hundreds of ships kill each other. It is the Covenant Civil War as the Brutes rise up. So the Empire is fracturing now, thanks to Truth's hasty steps to try and replace the Elites with his own unquestioning bodyguard. That being said, while the in Amber Clad, which is the frigate that went to Delta Halo, was above orbit, it got infected by the flood. And in doing so, it touched down on the surface, got the Gravemind on board, and then it slip-spaced itself perfectly into the Covenant Holy City. The inside of the Holy City is completely undefended, and the ships that are in there are fighting each other, and the troops that are in there are fighting each other. There are billions of life forms on this planetoid. The flood, it's stumbled into a buffet. The flood begins to rapidly spread through the city. Yeah, pretty much. The flood starts to rapidly spread through the city, notably by first attacking the filtration systems of the capital. So flood spores are pumped through the entire city and people fall ill and turn into the flood within moments. That being said, in the confusion, truth betrays mercy, leaving him to the parasite's mercy, no pun intended at all, and leaving the doomed city aboard the thing it was built around, a foreigner ship called the Dreadnought, which was touched on earlier. Barely managing to make it on board himself past all the flood and whatnot, Master Chief leaves Cortana on High Cherry as a failsafe. She will force the station to self-destruct if the flood isn't stopped by the Covenant's home fleet. Chief is now Earthbound again, but as to why they're going to Earth, he doesn't know yet. Next slide.
Yep.
Another betrayal. Oh, the gunpoint at the head of the universe. I love that. That being said, the Arbiter is teleported during all this to the surface to find the elites being massacred by the brutes as they rise up across the Empire and fighting alongside various Covenant species that have allied with them, like the Grunts and Hunters. He takes the fight to the drones and the Jackals and the brutes, and eventually captured humans as well, including Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Johnson. A shaky alliance between between the Covenant forces there that are on the elite side and the humans is formed, and they managed to stop Tartarus from lighting the ring, which is, it comes down to the wire. They managed to actually light the ring before taking the activation index out and interrupting the process. So the installation goes into standby, and 343 of Guilty Spark is there to inform them that due to being deactivated so haphazardly, the other 5 installations are now in standby mode as well. So they're ready to fire at a hair trigger. And they will now only be fired at a Forerunner facility known as the Ark. The warring fleets above Delta Halo do manage to unite for a very brief moment once the Flood tries to escape, because at this point the Flood has hundreds of ships on the ground that it's using to try and fly away. And in the chaos, ships are boarded and infested, and to the shipmasters and brute leaders, to their credit, when a ship is boarded, they take their own shields down so they can be fired upon. They sacrifice themselves. And that being said, all of the different ships, except for a couple, are taken out, except for like one infested Covenant frigate and High Chariot itself. Those 2 escape. So 2 ships, one ship and one planetoid infested with the Flood escape the home fleet, and then the home fleet just starts killing it. It starts killing itself again. So by all intents and purposes, the galaxy is now fucked. Move on.
Yep.
All right. Halo 3 ODST, back on Earth during all these events. The city of New Mombasa is still under attack by the Covenant. Now, the only thing that's changed is that across the planet now, in every major population center, the elites are being killed en masse and being replaced by the brutes. So there's a lot of conflict within the Covenant itself. That being said, Alpha 9, an ODST squad, is deployed to New Mombasa during all this as something is starting to be excavated under the ground to extract an engineer. Now, an engineer is a Covenant species that isn't really a Covenant species. They are a Forerunner species that was meant to more or less maintain and create new things for the Forerunners while they're gone. And by create new things, it means like if something breaks on the array, you know how to fix it. These things are naturally intuitive, and they love working on engineering. The Covenant forces them to work on their stuff and will strap explosive bombs onto them so they don't get captured because they hold a wealth of information.
They're just happy working on human shit.
Exactly, yeah. They love peace, and one of them accidentally absorbs the city of New Mombasa's dumb AI, the superintendent. And Alpha 9's job is to extract this specific engineer because it's contacted them. And it's like, hey, I want out. Look, because it's a gestalt personality now between this dumb AI and the engineer itself. And it wants to help them take the fight to the Covenant. That being said, they managed to extract the engineer, watch as the city is glassed. Not only do they see the city get glassed, but there's a massive metal structure underneath the city. Something is buried under New Mombasa, and it's Forerunner in origin. Next slide. Halo 3 time. So now at this point, a shaky alliance has been reached between the majority of the elites and the humans. And the 2 species are more or less united to put an end to the Covenant once and for all. At this point, despite being largely wiped out during the initial engagements, the UNSC fleet's still fighting. Like, there's a few ships left. They're largely extinct in the sky, but the forces on the ground are still fighting like rabid animals. Even the brutes are having a tough time breaking human strongholds. The humans just will not give up no matter what. Because
I
again,
will say Will is in the waiting room.
fuck. Okay, we're gonna finish up with this slide. They fail in their attempt to stop Truth from using the dreadnought to open whatever is under Numabasa, and it opens up, and they go. It opens up a portal to the Ark. The Ark is where all these installations can be fired again. So, at this point, a flood ship crash lands into the town of Voy, quickly spreading the parasite through the continent. But before it can get out of hand, an elite-controlled fleet pops up and glashes the majority of the country, and stops the flood infestation in its tracks, saving humanity in the process. What's left of the UNSC stays behind to defend Earth against a coming flood invasion, which was warned of by a pre-recorded message left on the infected ship by Cortana. And more or less, they send one ship, one lone frigate, the Fort Unto Dawn, a Marine strike group headed by Chief Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Johnson,
Hell yeah.
and the elites.
Hell
They're
yeah.
journey to stop the Covenant and once and for all. Oh, Will said, take your time. We only have like 2 or 3 more slides.
Let's just finish up Halo 3. We're at the end of the war.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. So
we're at the end of the important stuff.
Yeah, this is the end of the thing. There's 2 more slides and we're done. It takes a month to get to the Ark, which is weird because it's foreign slip space travel. The reason why is because the Ark is outside of the known galaxy. If you look up during any of the Ark missions, you see the Milky Way galaxy. It's beautiful. That being said, they engaged the last. They engaged the last of the Covenant fleet above
You've gained
the
1
Ark.
pace worth of time.
It's huge, but they engaged the Covenant fleet above the Ark, largely destroy it, fight to the silent cartographer on the Ark, and they find the location of the control room with the aid of 343 Guilty Spark, which at this point feels bad for turning on Chief because, again, he was acting under protocol. He had no choice. So he's doing everything he can at this point to help them in their attempt to take out the Covenant and the Flood. That being said, there's one last engagement to be had. The Covenant has holed itself up. The last vestiges of it have holed themselves up at the control room and have the means to activate it, as they've captured Johnson. And it takes a human to activate the rings. That being said, they press the button to light the rings, and while the elites and humans are fighting to gain access to the control room, the Flood arrives over the Ark in its entirety. Having learned of the plan at the Ark while over Mars, they grave mined he foregoed infecting the Sol system in its entirety. He didn't even send a drop pod to Earth or Mars. He took all of the Flood that it was under his control, every single bit of it, packed it onto High Charity, and flung it into slip space to get to the Ark. So there is no more Flood in the galaxy at that point. So he gets there, crash lands High Charity into the Ark, and starts rapidly taking stuff over. But first, as well, he needs to deal with the Covenant. Okay, next slide. Okay, there's one more slide after this. That being said, to stop the Covenant, the Flood enters into a shaky alliance with the Chief and Arbiter, who are fighting side by side to end Truth's last vestiges once and for all. That being said, pretty much Chief and Arbiter are escorted by the parasite to where Truth is, where he is already infected. Chief stops the array from firing, and Arbiter kills the Prophet of Truth. The Gravemind immediately turns on Chief and Arbiter, however, and then they escape, along with Spark, discover a replacement halo for the destroyed Installation 4 hidden within the depths of the Ark. The plan is agreed to: evacuate the survivors, light the replacement ring in a tactical pulse, and eliminate the Flood infestation. Master Chief flies into the crashed Flood hive of High Charity, rescuing Cortana and detonating part of the once holy city, heavily damaging the Gravemind. Cortana is severely traumatized due to being interrogated by the Flood, but she still holds the activation index, something that she hid from the Gravemind even after a month and a half of being interrogated and pretty much just violated by its logic plague. And the plan is to use this original copy of the activation index to light 4B. Okay, last slide. Master Chief, Arbiter, and Johnson stay behind with the 4 Unto Dawn as their escape vector, as the remaining elites and humans evacuate the Ark on the elite's ship. What was that one though? That's not Long Night of Solace. Doesn't matter.
It was the Shadow of Intent.
Shadow of Intent, thank you. 343 Guilty Spark joins them, but is bound by his duties of monitor once again. Now that he's been assigned to another another installation. A tactical pulse of the Halo will not only cause significant damage to the Ark itself, but will completely destroy the replacement Halo as well. Guilty Spark tries to get them to wait 3 days, but they do not have 3 days. The flood will spread by then, and everything will be lost. But due to the fact that he cannot let his ring fall under protocol, he can't help himself. 343 Guilty Spark turns on them again, killing Johnson in a cheap shot and forcing Master Chief to finally destroy him. Johnson dies, the ring is lit, and Chief and Arbiter narrowly escape along with Cortana as 4B fires, destroying the Flood in its majority, leaving the rest on the Ark containable via a Sentinel blockade and saving the galaxy from the Parasite's clutches. The portal back to Earth collapses halfway, however, severing the Forward Thadon in two, with the front half containing the Arbiter making it back to Earth, and the back half containing Master Chief and Cortana being teleported to parts unknown. But at least they're back in the Milky Way galaxy. The Human Covenant War ends, and humanity is left to pick up their pieces and rebuild, with the majority of the elites now headed by the Arbiter as allies. Master Chief goes into cryo-sleep aboard the drifting remains of the Forward Thadon, awaiting rescue for 4 years and 7 months. But that's a story, presumably, for next Writer's Roundup, if we do another Halo lore section.
That would be fun.
Oh God, the post-war! I'm gonna.
Oh no, the post-war, the worst half of Halo.
Yeah, the post-war is notably a lot less fun, but then again, it has to be covered at some point. That being said, I'm sorry we went over. I am so sorry we went over, Oates. I didn't expect this to go longer than 30 minutes, but there was a lot of back and forth that was honestly really fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Truth be told, I should have, because the Halo lore is so extensive, I should have given you a little more time on the swatch.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Because the first one, I did adjust it for how long I expected stuff to be.
I mean, this is a universe with 20 plus years worth of story in it. It's going to take a while to cover, no matter what we're covering, because everything leads back into itself so many times.
Because there's like a whole segment about the Human Forerunner War too, in the Halo lore books.
Way back in the past.
Just in this presentation alone,
you covered 100,000 years.
Yeah, that would be reasonable. We could do it at some point. It would be fun.
Well, I mean, part of Halo 4 means you have to go back and look at the early Forerunner stuff.
This is true. Oh, you see, the worst part about being a Halo lore nut throughout the entirety of my childhood is that I know all this lore. As bad as it is and as divisive as it is, I know it, and honestly, I like some of it. So I wouldn't mind putting my brain
Listen,
together.
The biggest problem with 4 is honestly, for me, the gameplay.
Yep.
It's the weakest playing Halo.
Yep.
4 feels like a weaker version of Reach. The Prothean enemies are some of the worst enemies ever.
I disagree.
Well, kind of. Crawlers, fine. The Knights can be fine to annoying. The Watchers, I hate with a burning passion.
I think the Watchers are fun in their concept and in their gameplay. They're only really annoying on Legendary. Crawlers I hate because dog enemies are all bad.
Listen, I've only played Halo 4 on Legendary.
Okay, the majority of issues with the Prometheans go bye-bye in Halo 5. People don't like the balancing of them on Legendary because they just become bullet sponges. But for what it's worth, the Prometheans become an extremely fun faction to fight in 5. They have new ground units in the form of the Promethean soldiers. Okay, I'm getting in a fucking tangent here. We're already 25 minutes overdue.
Yeah, we need to get Will in here.
Yeah. All right, again, thanks for having us on.
This can be a discussion for another time.
Yeah, we'll pick this up later.
For watching. This has been a brief introduction to the Human Covenant War.
If you can call this brief.
And Gallic
brief. Yeah, thank you for having us both on. This was my first time on the Ultscored live broadcast. I really enjoyed myself.
Hey, maybe we'll get you an actual interview date.
Hey, I'm down with that.
Oh.
Maybe we can talk more about
Sorry for
Halo.
Sorry for taking up
buddy,
some of your time.
You're good. I didn't have shit planned, so hey, keep it rolling. I say.
Fair. We did this in 11 hours, man.
Goose just picked me off the street because as a Midwest man, once he chooses you can't get away. And he said, "You're coming along," and I said, "Okay." I guess I can hang around the podcast. Do you have a bit ready? And I said, "Fuck no, I don't."
Oh, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. But
yeah,
I'll take my head out. I'll head out now. Thank you guys again for having me on. It was a blast, and I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the live stream.
Oh yeah, no, it's Will. Then Shuhan will try to put me to bed.
Yeah,
but I'm not as tired as I usually get for these.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All right. Peace out,
Uh-oh.
guys.
Peace.
Have a good one.
Peace.
Yeah, and this is where I get off to because I have been holding a piss in for 2 hours.
Outstanding performance, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
I ordered a pizza, and they forgot the drink.
Wonderful. Oh, she'll love it. But,
Yeah. I got my money back
for
for the drink.
Later. I might hop back in for Shuhan's segment later.
Oh
That
yeah,
would be cool.
Shuhan
For
is
now,
planning. He's plotting something. I don't know what.
it's off.
See, I don't know how I can follow up that act. Like, I feel like I'm the high guard here.
Did you?
You know,
Did
I've
you
been
watch
hyped
that?
up, and then a little bit.
They did a pretty good job. That is probably the most comprehensive view of the Human Covenant War I've witnessed to. Honestly, they did it better than a lot of like dedicated Halo YouTubers.
You know, the world needs more anthropomorphic white man essays. You know.
Let me fold my arms real quick.
Yeah. You know, hey, get the channel going. I'd watch it.
I mean, here it is.
You know, hey, here we are.
Here it is.
How you been, Oates? Long time no talk.
We spoke last week, I think. Maybe. Fuck, I don't remember.
I mean, it always feels like, you know, we cross paths, but we shake, we don't howdy, though, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we used to, howdy.
You know?
A lot more, but, you know.
Or is the saying vice versa, howdy but ain't shake?
I don't know what the saying is. First time hearing it.
But, man.
We fiddle, but we don't jig.
Yeah.
But I believe, I mean, you brought up that perhaps you would talk about some tabletop stuff, and we could spend a while talking about that.
I have been doing a lot of tabletop lately. That has predominantly been taking a lot of my free time these days, and why I haven't been doing anything fucking productive.
I mean, it'll happen.
You know, but hey, I don't know. I guess doing tabletop adventures with the homies has been a little bit more rewarding for myself than doing.
Theoretically, we could just sit
stuff.
here and you could help me write the lore for my setting for whenever that gets run. And I could just
you were talking about
Anglagora and how just
yeah,
fucking batshit crazy it is.
Right.
Listen, Herb does not want you personally to grill.
What was like the main idea behind that?
It's just like a magical 1950s.
Right.
In like it's a weird amalgamation of Boston and New York.
Kind of Deadlock adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not quite as gothic, but
right.
You know, you're gonna have a lot of weird architecture shit show up when you have magic building things.
Right. It kind of reminds me of like Eberron from like D&D.
I guess that's not quite what I was going for either. I'm just more talking like architecturally, they would reach what we have today a lot faster.
Right.
Just because I play Magic, like, why would it not allow technology to advance if it's
streamlining a bunch of processes?
If it's streamlining a bunch of processes, making things easier. If you can create tools out of Magic or whatever, and beyond that, it's not like Magic is the most plentiful thing in the world. Like, you know, 1 in 100 people are, you know, sorcerers.
Right, that's where you get into like the world building of like, oh, Magic is mostly held by the elites, you know, or
it's not even it's just like it's a random card that gets pulled. Sometimes Herb just takes a shine. Sometimes, you know, your dad fucked the dragon. You know, it's like it's not that common to have these things happen because dragons keep to themselves or whatever for the most part. Because we're just not worth their time.
You got to be quite the bold and daring adventurer to get into those loins.
Yeah, exactly. They don't necessarily want to, you know, proliferate with people, or most people.
Right, the common folk.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, yes, The strongest being in the world is a lighthouse keeper who is currently 80 years old. That's fine. This is functional. This is still functional. And he is the herald of the god.
Back in my day, when fucking adventurers used to get killed in a one-hit combo.
One-hit combo. Sorry, me and my roommate are flipping each other off.
Yeah.
It happens. Yeah, it's part of the fun, right?
Random tangent, but that reminds me of like older editions of D&D where like any kind of projectile magic just fell under magic missile.
Well, yeah, it's magical and it's a type of missile. Like this is a holdover from chainmail,
right?
Which is 0.5 D&D.
Man, I have not been keeping up with like 0.5 D&D. I'll like peek over the pond every once in a while, and I'll hear like.
I'm not talking about 5th edition. I'm talking about literally like this is chainmail was half of 1st edition.
Right.
Because, well, I mean, TTRPGs started as just Napoleonic themed war games, and then the players would just write correspondences in character of like their general.
Right.
And that's a whole interesting thing of how that started, because like war games have been a thing since time immemorial.
Mm.
Right? Yeah, it's ancient.
And
like
then it evolved like a pseudo board game.
Yeah, I mean, Ziba Shu covered this a lot better than I could. That's the primary like tabletop YouTuber I watch. He makes very short, digestible content. I'm sure you've heard of Ziba Shu or seen something.
Might have.
Animated Spellbook.
Oh yeah, definitely then.
Yeah, yeah, he covers a lot better than I possibly could have. I also learned that it was not the Cyberpunk author, like for the game, who was a draft dodger. It was just a writer, like an early writer in the Cyberpunk theme that was a draft dodger who moved to Canada.
Right, we were talking about that like last
or
time.
Genre. It was in the Cyberpunk genre in the 80s, who was like when it started, 70s or 80s, when he left America, he stated originally for draft dodging. Right. But then it came out later, like 20 years later. No, I just wanted weed. But his writing did inspire further the maker of the Cyberpunk board game to make that lexicon the way it is.
Right.
So
yeah, I know Cyberpunk has like a handful of.
They do speak like Canadian stoners from like the 70s and 80s. Right. But I was wrong about what relationship that guy had with the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking like Cyberpunk, like the lingo that they use in universe, like chumbada or something. If I'm not mistaken, that came from like some kind of like either Jamaican or some other sub-African culture, where they call their friends like chumbada or something. And
would you like for me to start calling you chumbada?
I do think chum is kind of a cool one from like Cyberpunk. I know some people kind of like laugh at like the lingo, but I like it.
Listen here, Gonk. I got some neural stims that'll send you up fucking Ram Creek or whatever.
Flatline Gonk.
I got the spikes here.
Yeah.
I
How's your mainline been treating you?
I cannot talk like that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
you kind of get used to it after you like play with it like long enough.
I don't know, I'm excited for when I finally do get into a Cyberpunk game.
Oh, they're fun. That's like the main one I've been running lately for Humo and crew.
I've only ever played D&D and Call of Cthulhu. And I've only played Call of Cthulhu once for like a one-shot, and it was on one of these roundups.
Oh, I love Call of Cthulhu, dude.
Oh, yeah, no, that's like the second roundup, Magic Man. ran a Call of Cthulhu one-shot for Halloween.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I played Joy Wheeler.
Joey.
But I can't do a Brooklyn accent, so it just, hey, you! It just was awful.
Right.
And, like, there was, like, one, Shingo's in there, too, and he just doesn't really do tabletop, but I think he did, alright, considering it was his first engagement to it.
To be honest, though, like, sometimes just bringing in someone who has no experience is, like, the best, because, like, they don't, like...
They don't know what's possible.
Right, in a way, they're more organic, because, veterans tend to kind of get into a certain rhythm or have established expectations, whereas someone who has no frame of reference just going in raw,
Can I, for instance, straddle this dragon from a 30-foot drop using my sword as a type of brittle?
You can certainly try.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You never pull the "Are you sure" on a first-time player.
Right.
That's something.
My favorite way to say that's not a good idea without saying I'm taking away your agency, unless it's completely impossible, is to just say you can certainly try.
I mean, yeah, like I said, never pull the "Are you sure" on a first-time player, because they're not going to catch it. First off.
Right.
They'll start catching it after like a few sessions or whatever when you do it to other players, but you can't do that to a first-time player right out the gate. Because the answer is like, yeah, yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, if you give people the option, they will fucking full send it sometimes.
Yeah, unless they know this is a bad sign. This is absolutely a terrible idea.
But hey, that's why you have the other people at the table to, put your hand on your shoulder and say, hey, maybe that's suicide.
We don't do that. We don't do that as players. And if the character is separated from the party, or a ways off in front or whatever, then we have an excuse just to let, watch the spectacle. That happened in last night's session.
Hey,
like we all of us just told him, that's probably not a great idea. And he did it anyway. But now he gets to be a seraphim.
Wonderful teacher.
Yeah. Magic Man was very nice, and he made 2 player seraphims because he did not he's like, I had plans for their characters. But he's taken away all leniency to the rest of the party. Yeah, you're kind of plot relevant, dog. I can't do that.
Right.
But we done told them, and that spent all of our good boy dollars to do that.
Right.
So we don't get the leniency that we would usually get anymore.
But Call of Cthulhu, that's one I've had quite a bit of time with. It's a really fun system.
I would love to play at least another one shot of Call of Cthulhu, because it's a pretty simple rule set, all in all. I'm sure it gets pretty in depth, but just session 1, you're not gonna have too much trouble understanding it.
As long as you're running pre-established.
The one shot was the Dare.
Right, they're usually pretty easy to run.
Yeah.
It only gets really complicated if you get into some of the sanity mechanics, and for some reason their firearms rules for fully automatics are just really overly complicated.
I really like how you just don't play you're not a superhuman ever in Call of Cthulhu in my experience.
Oh yeah, you're just
you're a guy you might be stronger than average or whatever, but you're not superhuman. You are a regular guy, and everything else has the same feats on it as a D&D monster, which means you are capital F fucked.
Yeah, unless you are playing Pulp Cthulhu, it is probably, and even then, it's probably not a good idea to duke it out with the monster,
Most of Call of Cthulhu is how do I avoid dealing with this?
Yeah.
Shingo, the first-time player for Call of Cthulhu, the other first-time player who was with it on that session, just straight up got eaten, and he didn't get to go. Like all of us were playing like children trick or treating or whatever, and we just go into a house, and it's just like, man, I wonder what his parents think.
Dude, I think some of my like favorite things, because it is such a like a filter. If you bring like a D&D veteran to a Call of Cthulhu game and just let them, don't give them any like pre-context of like what to expect, just let them go in raw and watch them get shit obliterated. And that's the filter. If they can roll with the punches, they're cool.
This
if
really
they can't,
only works if they haven't read any Lovecraft. Because like I had the oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Well, like I had expectations that Lovecraftian horror is brutal, and it preys on the human psyche. So I probably am going to see horrors beyond the character's imagination. I can quite clearly comprehend them. Don't worry about it.
Right. I guess I'm more coming from the perspective of like, if you have like a D&D player who is so used to like being very capable and it's very power fantasy, to being schmuck dick nobody who doesn't matter. It's for some a humbling experience, you know.
I mean, there are boons and there are ways to fight these monsters, but you don't listen. You're gonna take a hit to your sanity, and you just won't be able to like look at ACs anymore.
Right.
You won't be able to deal with the air conditioning.
Well, it's like one of those systems where you have to enjoy the possibility of your character dying in, horror movie fashion, or two, the slow erosion of a character over time. And maybe if you play your cards right, you'll come out the other side.
I mean, it's a good game for just the role playing aspect specifically.
Absolutely.
Like it's a really good game for like bolstering your acting skills, even over D&D, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, like,
D&D is
don't get me
strictly,
wrong,
but D&D is a lot of fight, and not how do I get around? You're not horrified.
Right. I mean, that's not to say that there aren't campaigns that have like a lot of creative problem solving, but for the most part, D&D is pretty straightforward experience, I'd say, most of the time.
I haven't ever been able to play a game with Curse of Strahd.
I played once, and
I hear it's brutal.
Actually, twice. It is. I'd say it's one of the better scenarios. I unfortunately had it run by a fucking nightmare DM. So we didn't finish that campaign.
Silly DM, don't you know if you upset every player at the table, you're not going to have a game anymore?
He was an interesting guy. He did this thing where he had his like self-insert OC, do not steal, as like Strahd's like super badass evil henchman guy. Which I didn't know until I talked to one of my other DMs who was in the campaign, who he had this character in their campaign causing problems. Which was really funny. But also he would do these weird things of like, there are no clerics that can be allowed in the game, or rather, if you are a cleric, you just outright have like this, and this spell, which is like pivotal to actually like winning the encounter in Strahd, like sunlight and all that hoo-ha. So he just really wanted to make like a fuck the players like.
There are ways of doing this correctly.
Right.
I'm not smart enough to do them, so I'm not going to do a fuck the players campaign.
I'll put it this way: he ran the campaign in such a way that it was very clear that he wanted to tell a like railroaded story and didn't want like any player agency. I'll give you an example. There was some really stupid side MacGuffin thing that he like set up with like one of the other players at the table where he had like some magical like rib thing.
The McRib?
Another
McDonald's?
I don't know. I didn't play long enough to find out the extent of it. Some like random his like OC kidnaps the guy and is like ripping the rib out, and he's having the guy like roll some kind of save, and the guy keeps like rolling like fucking hot numbers, and so the DM literally just goes, okay, roll again, okay, roll again, okay, roll one more time, and then he finally whiffs and he's like, okay, so here's what happened. It's like, dude, if you just wanted something to happen, just make it happen.
Don't
like,
have him roll for it.
Yeah.
Like there's a point. Like there are times when you just don't roll for it. If your player jumps off the ground with no counter, like jumps off like a tower with no countermeasure to the falling, he's taking that damage. You know.
Right.
I mean, you can roll to reduce the damage, but like it's tall enough, it doesn't matter really. There are some cases where like a roll actually takes away from the player.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it makes them think there was a chance when it's not. Like, here's my difficulty class 29 fucking save. Most players, like most characters, are not making that, especially in like level 10 and below D&D, where most campaigns happen. In my experience, I've been in one campaign where we got above level 10.
Right. And for good reason. I mean, the game just like slows down to a fucking miserable pace after level 10.
I mean, yeah.
Typically.
Yes, you don't level up as often anymore, and like he's like, what are we like? Because any good DM, in lieu of the fact that levels now need to take longer, will start for your power fantasy giving you minor boons or whatever.
Mm.
And people who don't know how to DM don't do this. They don't realize, hey, these characters need to like feel progression even if they're not gaining levels.
Right.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, I understand the plight from the DM side of, well, I don't want the characters to get like overly powerful or action economy, yada yada yada, the whole 9 yards. It's a whole thing. D&D does get kind of more difficult to run as you go. Whereas other systems, depending on what you're playing, kind of will be used to having the same gear for long stretches of time. However, it usually accommodates the players by virtue of their skills are going to get better over time.
Yes. Well, like, in D&D you can train yourself in skills to get, more access to things without level up.
Right.
And I like my first game, the dungeon master who was my art teacher didn't run that way because he was just trying to introduce everybody to the concept of D&D, and he didn't want to get super in depth, so he's just like, here's how you do combat, here's how you do your basic stuff. We're probably not gonna have downtime for the characters. Not real downtime, I mean. Like, you can fuck around in town every now and then, but
which is kind of why like Cyberpunk I feel like has like a really nice like progression sense in terms of you're going to start off in a typical campaign as some street rat nobody who's like one step away from living on the streets, and your progression is going to not only look like getting better weapons or better cyberware, it's just going to look like a better standard of quality of living. You go from fighting off depression from eating literal dog food to oh, I can actually afford like fucking a frozen dinner tonight,
Nice. Salisbury steak.
Yeah. That's how dystopian we're looking, and like getting fresh food is like, oh, I'm living it up, you know.
I'm doing okay, man.
Yeah. And having just a pet dog is like a status symbol, you know.
Well, yeah, because there's no naturally bred dogs very often no more.
Uh, yeah, like there are, but they're very like bordering on extinct, which is why Biotechnica run like cyber pets are the craze.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but imagine having a flesh and blood parrot in the cyberpunk universe.
They're around. They're just very rare, and depending on what year it is in the cyberpunk universe, you're either talking about the pre-avian extermination act or the post-avian extermination act.
Why did they kill the birds?
Because imagine super AIDS corona bird flu carried by
No
all avian
wonder
life.
everybody's dying. I mean, look at Mao's pigeon extermination initiative and what that
Yeah,
did to China.
so that's the thing is after Night City went through with this act, which arguably they kind of had to because the super death human killer virus was being carried by birds. um the surrounding ecological life got fucked up dramatically, and so a bunch of other surrounding
Was this
wildlife
before
died
or
off.
after Arasaka's Mine AI? Deep Sea Mine AI, I mean.
Probably after, because I think that was like around the time of the Fourth Corporate War.
Travel by boat is fucked up.
Yeah. You have because you have underground like submarine AI controlled like mines that will go hunting for like anybody.
Anybody that isn't Sokka and sometimes Sokka.
Yeah. Um or hijacked by rogue AI or etc. etc. Um or even the Militech ones that got left by. However, if you're a scavenger and you're brave enough to trek those waters, there's a bunch of old Fourth Corporate War tech that's swimming around the oceans up for the grabs, you know?
It's some good money. I'm sure one journey could probably set you up for a while.
It really depends, and it depends on how you can get it traded into the market. If you're in the time of red, which is in the time post of the Arasaka bombing, uh, and corporations took a major power hit um, before they regained it again in the 2070s. Everyone was kind of on equal playing field, and nomads and fixers were eaten well if they were, in the right company.
If they were opportunistic enough.
Right. And you were effectively, if you were just a random schmuck on the street, you were just as likely to get your daily needs from the street fixer as much as you were the corpo, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
And in many cases, sometimes even more likely to get it from the fixer than you were the corporations because the infrastructure had kind of fallen apart.
now, of course, what are your daily needs that you're referring to? Not strictly food and water, I'm sure.
Well, for many people out in the business, daily needs are bullets on the cheap, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this while I was playing Cyberpunk last time we were, like hanging out. Is that by and large they switched to caseless ammunition?
Yeah, that happened all the way back in the, I believe the 20, hell, even as early as the 1990s.
Which I said no fucking way.
Yeah. Well, the thing to remember in that Cyberpunk's universe is that like microcomputing had advanced much further than our timeline, and technology had in fact they have a term for it in Cyberpunk called technoshock, where everything just advanced before morality, government, all these things could really catch up, and the implications of them, uh, weren't really like hitting in, and due to a lot of different things going on, both culturally, economically, and what have you, weapons manufacturing was really kicking it off in full gear.
As it does for any time of stability or instability. Any time weapons manufacturing is a big thing.
Right.
Because you're either in the middle of a war or you're preparing for one.
And naturally, in the cyberpunk universe, a lot of the major corporations were also involved in the wars around the world. They had their lobbying money in big government and their plans, and trying to start foreign nation wars, particularly with South America, which blew up in their face dramatically twice. Which is why the free states, first it was California, then it was Texas, and a few others, would actually succeed from the United States due to the corruption of the U.S. government, and become independent. And they would remain that way until the 2060s, where the new USA would have the Unification Wars, or effectively Civil War II Electric Boogaloo, and make it a one nation again. Oh, it's crazy lore. There's a lot to digest. But which is why I really like Cyberpunk.
I would love, like I said, I'd love to get more into Cyberpunk. Because like the 2077 is a lot of fun. It's just I'd want to play with people I'm friends with.
Yeah, I mean,
this is me trying to invite myself to a campaign run by you, by the way. Is it working?
Well, hey man, as soon as I am wrapping up my current campaigns, it's a good possibility. Because right now I'm taking Humo and crew through a couple arcs. We're going through the Tales of the Red, but also we've been building up to a much bigger arc going on that involves one of the players' backgrounds, where they were experimented on early on as a child, and there's a whole lot of like AI experimentation going on involved with that and whatnot, black wall, tech kind of shit. Which people who probably aren't familiar with the tabletop or games don't know what the hell I'm talking about when I'm talking about the black wall. So in 2020s, there was the net, and the net was this access point to basically super internet that allowed people, or net runners, could basically sit in the comfort of their chair, and their mind could be all the way in outer space due to satellite technologies or whatever, and do all kinds of crazy tech wizardry through it. However, during the Fourth Corporate War, one bad actor known as Rach Bartmuth, the most infamous netrunner of all time, said, "I'm going to destroy the old net as my middle finger to all the corporations, and as my final fuck you before I unceremoniously die at the hands of these corpos." Which if I'm not mistaken, the corporations shot at him from orbit a rocket his apartment.
Naturally. Seems reasonable.
You know, glad bro didn't overreact. So the old
There was a
net
spider there.
Yeah. So the old net was effectively filled with all these self-replicating viruses from this guy that just fucked up the infrastructure beyond repair. Initially, they were only sent to target like his corporate enemies, but being that they were AIs, they went rogue and started attacking everything and organic life forms and et cetera, et cetera. So Netwatch tried their damnedest to get control of the situation and fight back to get the old net and whatnot, um, and failed miserably. So the second best thing they did is they created what was called the Black Wall, which is effectively it cuts off the old net from the new net, and it supposedly keeps all the evil rogue AIs and everything and soul killed programs in the old net. And they use the help from other AIs, of transcendent AIs and some soul killer AIs like Alt Cunningham to accomplish this. How they managed to do that is still kind of unknown in the meta plot, but they did. And it is the only thing keeping the evils of the old net from wreaking hell upon our current infrastructure. In the time of Red, they have a more localized infrastructure for net architecture that is only really citywide. You can still like text message people around the world, but you're not going to, you know, sit in your comfy cyber deck chair and hack the entire city from the comforts of 10 miles away. You have to be more locally next to a net architecture area in person. And this was kind of a balancing thing for Red, but also a narrative thing as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, they just had the entire old internet get taken down by somebody who did that exact thing.
Right.
Well, hold on, I'll give him 20 miles. I don't think distance matters for how our internet works currently.
Yeah, and obviously in the time of the 2070s, the infrastructure is kind of back to normal. Obviously, the old net is still sectioned off and dangerous, and you know, unless you're a god tier hacker, you don't fuck with that because that's death.
The AIs will just eat your mind.
Yeah. Though that hasn't stopped a couple corporations from trying, i.e., and I think it's even mentioned in the 2077 games, is Project Cynosure, which was Militech's attempt at creating Soul Killer, except they went about it a little bit different. They wanted to meld various technologies with rogue AI, captured rogue AIs, and they even tried to meld human consciousness with one of these rogue AIs. And there's even a book about it, I think.
I'm sure that's a very fascinating read.
Yeah.
What was like the containment procedure when they built surely that means the AI is entering the body. We were talking about this like soul killers just so like what Nanbu Arasaka would live forever.
Yeah, Soul Killer was designed to create like various engrams so that initially it was for the likes of Subaru Arasaka in the event of his demise to be able to effectively live forever via downloaded consciousness. Spoilers for the video game. In one of the endings for the game, depending on who you side with and how you side with them, he will actually put his engram into his son, and take over his consciousness.
Spoilers, dog. I hadn't played that far yet.
Shit.
It's fun. I'll probably finish it later.
I mean, that's just.
And I'll probably have forgotten.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what like Johnny's doing to V anyway?
Yeah, effectively.
Except Johnny's not intentionally doing so.
Right.
It's just part of the soul killer process.
Yeah, and it is a weird situation in which, like, if it weren't for the relic, V would have absolutely been dead. However, it is also V's death nail, the relic. And there is a mention by Alt Cunningham that basically was like, oh yeah, if you had actually, like, met me early enough, I could have separated you two fine. But it's kind of too late because too much of Silverhand has taken over your brain.
Now, would it have saved Jackie in the short term? That's my question.
I would say no, just because.
Was it because
Jackie
he was already
wasn't
dying?
shot in the head. He was, taking more internal damage.
I mean, your head's pretty important.
Yeah, well, the explanation that we're at least given in the game is that the only reason V survived the shot, one, because it was low caliber, and two, it rewriting the brain for Silverhand repaired it enough to, drag you back from death.
Which, I mean, there's one ending where V technically survives, if I remember correctly. Just from what you were talking about. Well, V's consciousness, I mean, not the body.
I mean, there's yes to both, so I won't get too much into it, but Phantom Liberty does add, like, some new endings that you can get.
But, I mean, in base 2077, though, like, if the body survives, that's Johnny now.
There is a version where you can separate Johnny from V. It's just that doing so will basically put V on a timer.
Is that really survival?
Well, it's kind of one of those, like, yeah, you get to go out, but you get to go out on your terms, so do what you can with your remaining time.
So that, I mean, he's already on a timer at the beginning.
Yeah, it effectively, it buys him a couple months from what I remember.
Before his body just shuts down, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's impossible. What if we just removed all the cyberware from your body for that? Before the chip could finish?
Well, that would be getting into the Liberty ending.
Oh, where he just doesn't have cyberware anymore?
That's effectively, like, the byproduct of, hey, we successfully did this, but now you're a fucking limp dick nobody. Because you can't have any combat cyberware because it'll kill you.
Damn. No more gorilla arms and cheating in boxing matches for me.
Yeah.
Like, Mantis blades look cool and all. They're just not as effective as the arms. As the gorilla arms.
Yeah. I mean, they accomplish different things, right? Like, your gorilla arms are your, like, meat and potatoes, right? They allow you to, accomplish superhuman feats. Punch dudes through walls, rip shit off,
They let you fight the boxing matches without killing the people, which is, like, your main rule, is that you don't kill people for those.
Right. Whereas in lore and in gameplay, Mantis Blades are hyper lethal tools, um, and they also have probably the highest like humanity loss due to the nature of what they are. Um, but they also are good for like climbing up walls in lore, although you can't really do that in gameplay. If I'm not
You watch
mistaken.
other people do it.
Right.
I mean, in the car chase after you're out of the junkyard, you see somebody clinging to your car with them.
Right.
That's not really spoilers. That's literally the first thing right after the epilogue.
Yeah.
Don't at me.
They're a cool little piece of tech. I think the Edge Runner kit, which basically came out after the game in like the anime, um, added a bunch of stuff from like the 2070s to like playing the tabletop.
Yes, I do believe so. I mean, it added a bunch of signature weapons, some of the augments that the Edge Runners had.
Right, and also like added like quick hacking to the game from the video game to the tabletop.
Yes.
Which I have just kind of added to my games in general, just because I think it makes net running a lot funner.
Makes a little more sense. I'm sure there was some. It was kind of convoluted before, I'm assuming.
Uh, not so much like convoluted as it was just a little bit limited in what you could do. Because you would have to you wouldn't be able to like hack like another combatant um with it normally. They would have to also be in like the net architecture for you to like mess with them, which wasn't going to happen all that often,
Yeah, I mean, listen, the quick hack just disable the eyes. Beautiful.
You can do all
Beautiful.
kinds of stuff.
You can overheat their cyberware.
You can overheat them, you can puppet them, you can make them blow their own brains out, you can make them attack their own teammates,
My favorite
even
so
in the
far has just been
tabletop.
overheat.
Yep.
That there is what I would call meat and potatoes right there.
Yep.
Because if I if I recall correctly, they can also light other combatants on fire.
Yeah, I think so. If you have like
If you have a cluster of them and you light one, they all go up. It's beautiful.
yeah, the I know that like I've never really done like a Netrunner playthrough, but I've seen what they're like capable of by like endgame, and that shit gets scary.
Listen, like this would make me just not want to have excessive like any large amount of cyberware at my body.
Oh yeah, I mean the shit that Netrunners can do to you is terrifying.
Like,
Um,
and I heard you talking about this at just one of the times I was in VC where one of the characters did not like cyberware
yeah, that's Humo's character.
for one reason or another. Just did not want cyberware. I
Um,
think it was Sarge's character lost his arm, or maybe it was Den's.
yeah, so it predominantly came from the fact that when he was a child, he was like experimented on, and particularly one of the things that they would experiment on him with was they would put like a certain neurotechnology that would connect his mind with like other people, including his parents, who were basically forced into cyberpsychosis, and then that information was forced into the player character's brain. So kind of experiencing it vicariously through them. Which is why he is very affronted to cyberware.
I mean, that's reasonable.
Mhm. um, and we've talked about it before on like what would be like the breaking point in which he did cyber up, and he was like, it would require like something very traumatic happening to him or people that he cared about, where um I wasn't able to save them because I was lacking in cyber or something, you know. So he hasn't completely written it off, but he's holding off for as long as he can.
I don't necessarily need this right now.
Right.
Right? Like, but I'm sure there's gonna come a point where there's no other choice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Unless he manages to bungle through and make it so it doesn't happen.
You can go a pretty long ways in Cyberpunk
As a
without getting
meat human.
Yeah. If you keep your skills up, but there definitely is a threshold where um the opposition or the things that you're up against are so beyond the level of human scope that you will be at a stark disadvantage against them.
I mean, nothing 50 BMG can't handle, but you know.
I mean, 50 BMG don't mean a whole lot much when the person can, see in bullet time, you know?
I mean, bullet time, how fast are the bullets that you usually see for that?
I mean, it really just depends on the person's, like, reflexes and reflex boosters and whatnot. Like, there are people who can, casually walk through an exploding grenade or a hail of machine gun fire like it's a walk in the park, you know? Or are so armored up that even if you hit them with 50 BMG, they're shrugging it off, you know?
EMP first, then 50 BMG.
I like where your head's at, and it would work on most people, but there are people who do have EMP shielding.
Okay, Popeye's biscuit, no drink.
No shit, no, that's a death sentence, man. I mean, like, that's a fucking war crime. Like, what are you doing?
No butter
dude?
either. Or
Chemical
honey.
warfare, man.
Just the biscuit. This would kill Atom Smasher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny enough that you mentioned that, I actually had like a session the other day where I killed my players with Smasher. And I'll explain. We were doing our mission per normal, you know. A cargo train snatch and grab. It went as smooth as it could. You know, a couple people got wounded here and there. Everything, went pretty honky dory though. The players get back, get their money, get paid, and everything's good. And then I hit them with, okay, so you're getting jumped in like a random alleyway, right? And they're like, what the fuck? Okay. They go through like 3 waves of enemy dudes, and then the third wave, I'm like, an AV shows up, and Atom Smasher comes down, and they're like all freaking out. Yeah.
What do you mean?
And needless to say, he fucking slaughters them. I think so. The first thing he does is our melee heavy hitter, which was like Rock's character, gets just like Fallout 1 bloody messed in like round 1 from a fucking chain gun machine gun. The next to die is our brave judo cop who tried valiantly to grapple with Atom Smasher to no avail.
Not much
He
you
got
can do.
pieced up. Yeah, he got pieced up by Smasher's fist, and then got his head caved in.
And this is red, right? So he's not quite at like 90% augmented.
He's pretty augmented.
Well, he's
by
not.
the time of red.
He's not 90% machine though. At that point,
right? Our nomad player Sarge, is trying to use one of his like harpoon weapons to put a dent in Smasher. Smasher shoulder checks him. He goes flying into a building. The building breaks. He's going unconscious. He's trying to make a death save. Smasher says that's not happening and just artillery strikes the building for, extra
shits and gigs.
Yeah, the last person to stand, and probably the only person who actually managed to put some chinks in the armor, was Humo's character, which, for someone who is unaugmented is a pretty impressive feat, all things considered. But this is Adam Smasher, and he was pretty unbothered by the whole thing, all things considered.
I mean, he has a blank checkbook to get new armor.
Yeah. And just brings his hands together on Humo's character's head, killing him. And thus the party was dead.
Do you regret it?
No. Because then they woke up to Segatari being like, well, thank you for helping us test our latest demo for Friday Night Firefight. Hope you guys had fun.
Huh?
Yeah.
Did they know they were in this simulation?
In character they knew, but out of character I didn't tell them because I wanted it to be fun.
You just wanted to use Adam Smasher, didn't you?
Part of it.
You had the stat block sitting here. It's like,
Hey, I want to play with my toys too from now and then, these guys are constantly killing through waves of my guys. Sometimes I gotta get my kicks in too.
Listen, you keep breaking my fucking toys, dog.
But that was fun.
How'd they take it?
I think like pretty early on they started to like catch on to the fact that I wasn't actually out to kill them.
I mean, no good DM is out to, kill their entire party. TPKs happen. Right. It's almost never intentional.
There was like a smidgen of soul, but they were all good sports about it.
Listen, of the one game I DM'd is just like, when that happened, it's very much the invincible. I thought you were stronger.
No, I was fully expecting them to die, and that was kind of the fun of it.
What if they beat Smasher?
There actually are contingency endings for if they win that scenario.
If they weren't in VR?
No, it's always VR no matter what. It's just how much like praise they get from like the person demoing it and whatnot.
Holy fuck, we need a Juice Smasher.
Yeah, I think the scenario in which like the party as a whole actually wins, or like the fucking gonk-ass programmers said it wasn't possible. We're gonna have to like do some second runs with this, but anyways, thanks for demoing our game. Hope we had fun, kind of thing.
Yeah,
I think there's even,
got
like,
a Juice Smasher.
An ending that like if only one person survives is something similar to that, but
Okay, but in game there, does Smasher get royalties for his likeness appearing in game?
I would assume so.
I mean, you're God here, so like you can just say.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you involve Smasher and are using his likeness, you better fucking pay up,
You think Smasher would do motion capture for it?
That would be I could see him just because of his ego, probably.
But we have to do it with real people.
Right.
There were 18 people killed in the making of this game, by the way.
So that's actually a funny thing about Smasher is he would only ever agree to do missions in which the chances of collateral were high. 18
people were killed in the making of this game. This goes out to you, Toby. You were a real one.
However, Adam Smasher was like oddly smart enough to know that like, despite that being like a prerequisite, he would refuse to ever go on suicide missions or missions where it was very clear he was being set up to die effectively. But also he knew that like he could never create like too much of a problem because while he may be a turbo badass, enough max attack could be enough to put him down, you know?
There is enough firepower in Night City at any given time that he could die.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Especially with like the advances of like railgun technology and et cetera, et cetera.
Cheese him, keep overheating him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All good play. Oh wait, no, he's immune to that damage type, isn't he?
I think in the video game you can get a Netrunner win against him. It just requires you to be an absolute Netrunner god, you know? Because let us not forget, not even like Lucy, like Arasaka, golden child raised to be a Netrunner, couldn't get one off on him. So, you know, V pulling that off makes V built different, you know?
Yeah. The other guy you're talking about, Arch, could he do it?
Rach Bartmos?
No, I mean like Cunningham.
Probably. Or yeah.
Cunningham.
I reckon she probably could, especially given she's been just out there living in like the Black Wall as a soul killed program and has been garnering a lot more knowledge and power. And we've seen that the Black Wall is fucking scary. So I reckon, yeah. If she really wanted to go after Smasher, she probably could.
If he became enough of a problem for her.
Right.
I'm sure he was on his way to do something of the sort.
Yeah, from what I understand in the meta plot right now, she's like trying to corral like different like factions of AI, both of like soul killer programmed people, rogue AIs, and the eldritch horrors in digital form of the transcendental AIs to like work together for a goal. I don't know how well that's going for her, but from what I understand, that's what she's been up to in like the meta plot of late.
Now, for the edification of, the people watching, could you describe the differences between the types of AI, the soul killer and the rogue and the transcendent?
So I can actually pull this up from the book because if you give me a second, because they do have quick little blurbs about this. Just gonna find it here in my like PDFs.
Sarge sent me PDFs to prepare for like a year on when he makes the B team game.
Right.
A proud member of B team for every project, by the way. Which is apparently going to be made up mostly of people of this server. Wow.
Yeah, and our second run of things, we're looking to be more like street level on everything.
There's an argument at some point about mutants and masterminds, how you shouldn't start, of whether or not you should start a first level campaign for mutants and masterminds.
Dude, I've heard Mutants and Masterminds is cool, but it's so like mechanically complex that I don't even know if I'd want to like get into that.
Here's the thing, like, one of the arguments brought up for why you shouldn't start a level 1 campaign for Mutants and Masterminds is that a regular goon is, like, super deadly to a normal person. Your level 1 character is just a normal person. But, like, you don't have to start by taking on, like, organized crime or anything, even. You can just, like, that's a purse snatcher. Beat the fuck out of him.
Right.
It's like the same argument you can use on D&D of, like, oh, well, I mean, a level 1 adventure is, like, relatively weak. So even though, like, the apparently level 1 is, like, Olympian level or whatever, but...
Mm-hmm.
Also, every DM I've ever played with does just have, like, Commodores be a level 1, character or whatever. Weird little flavor text. Because their stat block has to have a level. So it's just like, yeah, they're a 10 strength character or whatever.
Right.
If you have a TTRPG where you can't start at level 1, you have screwed up game design somewhere. I think. And beyond that, level 1 has always just been like, you are level 1 for 1 or 2 sessions. You're not going to stay level 1 for long. It's a good jumping in point for. I'm talking about this to give you time to look. By the way, it's a good jumping off point for new players to learn the basic mechanics without being bogged down by any complexities that higher levels bring. Like if you hand a player a level 20 D&D character, they're not gonna understand half that shit, and they're not gonna have fun. By the way, Jack Pass said a while ago to your world peace achievable in our time with the corporate wars and the weapons manufacturing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you find it? Oh. Control F.
Okay, here we go. So, here we go. So soul-killed pseudo-intellects are AIs that were originally actual people, but have had their consciousness digitized and now exist only on computers and the net. The process is often not voluntary. Soul-killer programs produce this type of AI, otherwise indistinguishable from symbiotic analysis AIs. These ghosts were created in huge numbers as Arasaka pulled its infamous soul-killer program to work together, targeting enemies and rivals alike. The majority of these SPIs have gathered in sanctuaries around deserted mainframes and city systems abandoned by megacorporations. And they effectively live in the old net. You have critical pathway plateau, CPP AIs, are those that have come into existence by accident. A company may be trying to create a very complex program that, by coincidence, becomes sapient. Their personalities can vary widely. They may appear indistinguishable from people, or they may behave in completely alien ways. Because they are not deliberately programmed from the start to be AIs, the final form their personality takes is impossible to predict. These are the types most often branded by the media and NetWatch as rogue AIs. As rogue AIs are AIs who have decided that interacting with humans as employees is not for them. They have slipped into the net and set up their own shop, where they survive by finding a computer mainframe to reside in that has been abandoned or is not currently in use. And they can be all over the place. Now, the one that I find the most interesting are the transcendental sentience AIs, are emergent AIs which were not programmed or created by anyone. instead emerging from the creation of huge operating systems that pervade an entire region of the old net. They are therefore an emergent property of the old net. By their nature, TSAIs are so large that most people cannot interact with them. Even when they can, conventional communication isn't really possible because the AIs are incapable of understanding any existence outside of themselves. To most, the mere existence of the AIs is highly debatable. And outside of those who know better, there's no consensus on whether they're actually real. These AIs are the type of machine intelligences that Netwatch and the Corps fear the most. They are extremely powerful, and their overall goals are unknown. On the other hand, TSAIs seem to be the one group of net entities capable of control all other digital personality factions. As a result, Netwatch is trying to broker some kind of a deal with the Transcendental Sentience AI, with Alt Cunningham and her ghost operating as go-betweens, to allow the old net to be reestablished in some mutually acceptable form. And there you have it.
Very nice. Okay, weird question. Would you volunteer for the Soul Killer program?
Probably not. But that kind of resides in my personal philosophies when it comes to being what is considered quote unquote alive, quote unquote the soul, and whether or not it exists. I believe that if you were to download my consciousness and my physical body was dead, by all intents and purposes, I am dead.
You just have a very convincing copy of yourself. I think that's the consensus in the scientific community, that there's no way to live forever via downloading your brain.
Right.
This isn't like an Xbox disc. You can't pop it between consoles.
Like, would I guess it be cool for like the only way that I would agree to something like this, right, is if, let's say, theoretically I was in the scientific community, or I was involved in some kind of important research, and they needed to be able to pick my mind about it, and I knew that I was going to be dying soon. I would then say, yeah, having a digital construct of my mind for people to be able to access that research would probably be very important, Otherwise, I don't really see the point, I guess, especially from like a trying to escape death or anything. Whatever happens to the body, that's ultimately going to be the end result.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that it's just the consensus that a copy is a copy. It's not you.
Right.
I think there was like a webcomic that was just like that used this as a joke, where it's like, well, now there's two of me. Now he gets to live forever. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's like, go free of myself and do what I couldn't. I don't know.
I mean, the idea of like a soul train, like the only way of getting that is brain in a tank, dog.
Yeah. Plus, like, the idea of like living forever,
it's just not all that
just
appealing.
Doesn't really sound. Yeah, like I kind of stand by, like, things got to end at some point, And don't get me wrong,
I can understand wanting to live a long time, but
yeah, like I would love to have an extended life, absolutely, but I don't know. After a while, you're done. You've seen everything. Everything starts
anything
to
you care
lose
about,
its luster.
is finished.
Yeah.
The dog is extinct. Why live?
Right. And I do think it is interesting exploring stories on finding meaning despite having lived for so long that a lot of things kind of lose their value, luster, and what have you. That's interesting to explore. I just think personally I would I'd like there to be an end, because then it gives you a goals to live for.
So a Halo lore has like an equivalent to Soul Killer, I guess, with how smart AIs are made.
Mm-hmm.
But the body's already dead by the time the brain is scanned. They're just using the architecture of your brain, like they're copying the architecture of your brain to spark new life. And as you experience things, your brain does physically change to make you you. Like your neural pathways are physical,
Right.
to some extent. Like the individual like codes thrown in your brain. I'm gonna reduce this to code because I'm not smart enough to explain otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
There are signals in your brain that also matter, but your neural pathways are made by those signals, and they have a physical shape to them on the molecular scale. So
Right,
I mean,
right.
in that manner, yeah, sure. I'd be like, after I die, you can make an AI out of my brain, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like post my death, I don't really care.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
And they're not asking anyway. It's Oni.
I mean, like hell, we can net Bernie's my body and have a time. I don't know, go crazy. Like, what do I care? I'm dead.
Yeah, like I mean, that was just tying back to Halo lore. I think the worst way that this works is the Necron tier in Warhammer.
Oof. Yeah.
Because that is actually they're the same consciousness. They just don't have a soul anymore.
Yeah. They are but bobots now.
They are a robot with organic consciousness and no soul.
Yeah. Sorry, soul got eaten. Yummers.
Soul said yummers. I think a few of them have souls. Or still have their personality fully intact, at least.
Yeah, because that's the other thing is,
does the Silent King have a soul?
They also go insane over time.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's the Flesh Plague.
Yeah.
And there's hour-long videos on the Flesh Plague.
Well, not even just the Flesh Plague. It's just like you've been asleep for millennia, and your consciousness has been in this weird state.
Dreamland, replaying the last memory you had.
Yeah, and then you get forcibly woken up. That's another thing is when you wake up a Necron, you have to be very careful about it. Otherwise, they just wake up insane.
Yeah, I'm sure you have to also be choosy about which Necron, and there's no real way of knowing which ones are already insane.
Yeah, which is also why when humans tend to meddle on their worlds, they come out fucking pissed.
Old man shakes fist at cloud.
Yeah. My 40k lore isn't as deep as some others, but I do have something.
Sarge would know better.
Yeah. Right.
We could probably grab Sarge.
If he was awake right now, I think he might be getting ready for work.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's a busy night for him, so he's probably at work.
Definitely a good chance of it, if not getting ready.
Sarge, I need a 40k lore stat. Tell me about the Necrons, Papa. Will, new assignment. You gotta call Sarge Papa. Actually, that's not even the weirdest thing people call him. So I doubt it would have any real effect.
Certainly some choice
father
nicknames.
Every now and then he calls me daddy.
Papa Oates.
This is a very awkward thing for me.
I can imagine.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's what, 5 years older than me, something like that.
Right. How old are you now?
22.
Man, you're a youngin'.
So I hear.
Oh, I'm gonna be in a certified chopped unk by the end of the year.
Are you? Oh yeah, you're approaching 30, aren't you?
Yeah, the old 3-0. It's over for me.
Does it get better?
Sonny, it's gonna get worse before it gets worse.
But does it eventually get better?
I don't know.
Money, time, and
I guess we'll
entry,
get there when
available.
we get there. You know, listen. The thing that would make this all turn around into a hunky dory, you know, hey, life gets better with age and all that. Is if I had money, you know, that'd solve a lot of the problems of aging. Is money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making decent money right now,
Yeah.
so like, you know, I'm not like wealthy or anything. I comfortably live.
Living comfortably, which you know, for most of us, that's enough.
Yeah, for most normal people, if you can go home, eat a hot meal, and like have a shelter, and like it's at a managed temperature,
You know,
I think you're
come
right.
home to your main line. Maybe start a family or pet your growing collection of cats because you've lost touch with humanity.
Stare at my
You know,
my statues of Stella that are on my desk.
right. You know, cuddle that body pillow. You know,
Yeah, that you know I
newborn.
have.
Absolutely.
They make fun of me for it. The other Viltroids are scared of me. They say unstable.
Oh man, I do need to catch up with Invincible.
The 7 effigies in my room.
Right. So, oh, speaking of, you know, Snoot and all that, you had your fingers in a handful of pies lately. What all have you been like working or helping work on?
I mean, I've mostly just gone into fossil fuel. I don't do too much beyond that right now. I have the
Right.
Columbo mod on the back burner. I mean, I'm always available for help. I you know, I hang out in the devlog server every now and then, but it's not like, you know, I'm not involved in that.
Right.
But yeah,
That's
right now
that's hitting Steam pretty soon, ain't it?
Oh yeah, the demo's gonna hit Steam pretty soon.
Right.
I think is the open news is that it's coming to Steam. Like the Steam page is up.
Out of all the projects, that one's been coming along the most steady out of all of them.
Well, yeah. Well, that's for a few reasons.
Right.
You know, it has a very stable community behind it. People are being paid to work on it, and there has not been.
For it, yeah.
Yes, payment does help a lot. Passion gets you pretty far. Money gets you farther. As doomerish as that sounds. And
well,
the last
you know,
thing
as
is,
the saying goes, if wishes were horses, right?
yeah. And the final thing is they have not had any super major like controversies. But by which I mean like there's been a few little shit things that I'm not going to talk about. But there's been nothing major to like overall breach into the other spheres.
Nothing that's halted development.
Nothing that has made the wider community turn on devlog. Like, yes, there are actors and people that don't like devlog. And like, I mean, fair enough, right?
There's
Not
always
everything's your cup of
dissenters
piss.
with these programs. I mean, you know how some people get with.
I mean,
only Caveman can speak the gospel of the Anthro Dino.
That's kind of the point I'm making. It's just like Zach and Miguel specifically are not necessarily everybody's cup of tea.
Right.
Like it's like Starman Super, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are not one-to-one comparisons, by the way. I'm not saying that they're exactly alike. They're not.
No, I'm picking
It's
up
just that not everybody can deal with their personality types. Not everybody can deal with my personality type. But I have, you know, my area of people that like me, so I can do this.
I kind of just see it like this, you know. As the saying goes, unless the person is out here literally eating children or something, you know, I can separate the art from the artist. Like,
yeah, and
you know, let us not forget Snoot Game was successful despite its creators, not necessarily because of them.
Yes, and Zach and Miguel aren't bad people. I mean, they're just strange. They're pretty cool once you know them. All the people working in devlog, they're pretty cool, I think. So I'm not going to be throwing shade here. It's just they're not. It's not for everyone, which nothing should be for everyone.
What little I've interacted with them, they seem like pretty alright dudes.
Yeah, they're just a little strange, but aren't we all?
Yeah.
I mean, I
think more so. Miguel has caught some flack though because of his funny little
because
character,
of Sloppy.
But that's if you know, you know.
Yes, somebody tried to get me and this server into drama with devlog. It's just like, why? I'll admit I overreacted a little. I may have overreacted a little bit.
Oh boy!
But I talked with them all separately to figure out what the hell's going on, and we got it sorted out. With no hard feelings, mind you. It's just like, well,
I think I vaguely might know what you're talking about, and I'll just leave it there.
Yeah. No hard feelings between me and them. They're in here. They've presented for the Roundup before.
Right.
Multiple multiple of their team have been interviewed previously. Individual members, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I really like devlog. Moral of the story is I'm going to play it when it comes out.
It's definitely one of the ones that I'm waiting excited for.
Yeah,
I've been admittedly pretty out of the loop with everything like Snoot and Wani related,
which is reason I put enough separation between Snoot and Wani and the other projects, because there reaches a certain point where it's no longer a fan game,
right?
And it's its own thing that just happens to share a genre.
Yeah, I think the way I've kind of like been sitting with it is I think the fan games are cool. I'm excited for them to come out, but I've kind of lost touch with like the greater community. I don't really keep tabs on any of the fanfics or really check the boards or anything like that. I kind of moved on, and the only thing that like kind of resparks that like interest and everything is some of the bigger projects or some of like the really high production mods or something. But
yeah, and
other than that,
it's fair. I don't blame you.
Thing.
I'm not super strict. Like, I'm not gonna be like, I have to do Snoot and Wani writers. That's unsustainable if I want to do what I do forever or for a long time. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna say forever. I have other aspirations beyond this, obviously. Not that I don't enjoy this, but
I mean, hell, you know, if you're having fun with it, you're having fun with it, right?
Exactly. If it stops being fun, I'll stop doing it.
Right. I think that's kind of just been like my biggest thing is like why I guess I have just like stepped away from like my fic writing. It's just that like I found some more current creative outlets, all like tabletop and whatnot. That's been preoccupying my time. Insert the backlog of like games that have been also like coming out and playing shit with people.
Yes.
Because back when I was like really in the heyday of like my fic writing and all that stuff was there wasn't really a lot going on in my life at the time, and the gaming scene was like pretty dry, and it kind of just like filled a creative outlet at the time. But as of late, I've been filling that in with like other things.
I mean, even if like move on, come back, it'll just be here,
Yeah, and that's not to say that like I might never return to them. I'm not gonna hold my breath for the 3 people waiting for the next chapter of whatever I've put out. I'm sorry to let you down. It's probably gonna be ages, if ever. But I'm not so committed to like being like I've given up on it. But
I mean, it's like Megaloboxing. it's like my megaloboxing. I'm not saying I'm not gonna work on it again.
Yeah, because I mean, you know,
it's not like the Columbo mod. I might work on it again. Who knows?
Right. Like motivation is one of those like fleeting things, right? And once in a blue moon, I'll get like a hair up my nose to be like, you know, writing on that would be fun again. And you know, you get typing away, and then you set it down for another months on end. You know,
and that's okay. That's normal.
Yeah,
I'd say you're going about this in a healthy way, where you're not forcing yourself to do something that you're finding, less joy in than other things that you could be doing. Because if you find something else to be more productive to your life, you should do that instead.
Absolutely.
If it's a forced choice.
Look, especially if like the thing you're working on is just for the fun of it, or you're a hobby creator. A lot of people have like asked me, or I guess like other of my friends who have asked me like, how do you like force yourself to like be like productive or motivated? And I'm like, sure, there's ways that you can do that, and sometimes when I did want to get something done, I just had to set a day aside and be like, this is the day I work on something. But honestly, man, giving up is really cool.
Oh, that I watched a movie called With Honors, and that was the Joe Pesci sentiment.
Dude, just stopping to go do other shit is
so much fun.
Honestly, it's great. Because I mean, you don't burn yourself out. 1, 2, you realize that you may not have had as much, investment in this thing as you thought you did. I mean, if your heart's not in it, your heart's not in it. Go do other stuff. Maybe you'll come back to it,
If it's important enough to you, you will come back.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then, okay, so what if hypothetically some feller might approach you with a position to help write for a game? Unconnected from Student Wani.
You see, that would be different, though, because that would be like, oh, I'm doing this, like, seriously now, too.
What if this individual is in the room with you right now?
Hey, man, well, see, that's, like, another thing, is that, like, working on something by yourself it's a different ballgame, at least for me, mentally. I can't speak for everybody, but, that was, like, a hobby thing, all my solo projects. Whereas, like, if I had a team to work with, and I think it would also be more fun because when you have other people to bounce off of and get really creative with and check in on and all that stuff, one, it kind of keeps you going from just process of there are other people expecting work from you, but also just like the fun of building something together,
Yeah. So, well, after fossil fuel, I want to learn how to program in Godot and make a little mystery game.
Yeah.
Because I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty interesting.
I think I've talked about it just through just over the course of various streams, just little details here and there of what I want to make.
Right.
Just like it'd be like Gen 6 Pokemon. It would be of that sort of look, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Or fidelity, whatever you want to call it. It would look like it would belong right at home on the 3DS.
Okay.
That's my thoughts, but it has just stupid dark themes.
Uh-huh.
You are a monkey.
Return to monkey.
You are a monkey detective.
Okay. I fucks with it.
And then it's just like a bunch of references to like just like, police procedurals, because I love crime drama.
But like randomly, you'll get like zoom-ins of him where he's like hyper-realistic comic drawn, and he's got like fucking badass sideburns,
as monkeys do.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have a choice, obvious, between the male monkey and the female monkey, because that's kind of what games of the era looked like for Nintendo. Whatever pronouns.
I mean, yeah, man. Like, I mean, that's the thing. When you're working on like a project, especially when you got like people to bounce off with, it kind of gives it more energy. At least in my perspective.
Yeah, when you have people and money, also they're both great motivators.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Even if it's not a lot of money.
I mean, hell, if anything, it's just like, there's a reason for me to show up. I got obligations to fill.
Dog, this guy gave me $30 per chapter.
Yeah.
Some of those writing comps are like stupid cheap.
Dude, it's crazy to me, like, how some people churn that shit out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot where the different prices come in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure you've seen the South American artists that like drastically undercharge.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, go to Fiverr and you'll find like people who should be charging quadruple what they're charging. Bare minimum.
Sudaka, Anonymous Sudaka has finally caught wind that he could charge more. And I mean, I'm happy to pay it because he was charging nothing before. Like, I was getting full colored pages for like sub $20. I'm like, this doesn't seem right. I'm gonna give you extra.
Well, hell, man. Like, I remember like some of our like other like up and coming artists in the community. Like, we had to like grab Kev by the reins and be like, "You need to charge more for your fucking art."
Otherwise, you're gonna be overcome with too many people.
Yeah.
He didn't even like his increase wasn't even that drastic.
And look, don't get me wrong. I will also tell people all the time, charge a reasonable rate. Obviously, you don't want to charge unreasonable, but you know what you're worth as well too.
Charge enough to make it worth your time.
Absolutely.
Bro, you got like societal obligations to fulfill with money. Like,
you got like children to feed. You got like
ferrets.
Yeah.
I like how every time I hear wind of the ferrets, they're just devious.
Dude, ferrets are interesting little creatures. I wish my state would.
They like cats and raccoons are possessed by the devil's mischief. Dude. Fortunately, only the raccoons have the capability to act on it.
I also like learned the cursed information that like if female ferrets don't get like thrashed around like by their sugar daddy every time they like go through an ovulation cycle, they'll just fucking explode from not getting rough sex.
I was gonna say something stupid. Damn, I wish it was a ferret right now. Anyway. What a thing to say. I hope my mom doesn't watch this.
Hello, Oates' mom. I hope I'm making your boy look good and proud.
Yeah. My friend group is comprised of people 10 years older than me.
Yeah. Hey, Oates' mom, how does it feel knowing that he talks to
strange men on the internet?
Yeah.
I know my dad will try to watch this and he'll get lost immediately. He'll get lost in the Halo section. It's fine.
With some of the topics I saw like roundabout, I don't know how like dude. I love it. It's so all over the place.
It's incredibly difficult to schedule these, actually.
I can imagine.
Because, alright, so, like, you have a bunch of people who agree before they before they know what time they're available, right?
But then also getting a bunch of adults on the same day.
Yes. And, like, this is only achievable on Saturdays, because, in general, most adults don't want to do shit on Sunday.
Right. I do see our shoe in the
waiting room
lurking chat. Yeah,
I mean, he's allowed to come in. He can blow in. He's gonna be reading something.
Is it time to tuck old Oates in? Have I
It
taken
might
up too
be.
much time?
No, you're fine. They went over for theirs. I mean, when's the last time you hung out with Shuhan? It's right now.
I think I might have only talked to Shuhan in like passing in another server. I don't think we actually like formally talked.
Usually when I'm lurking over at Humo's, yeah.
Hey, yep.
Oh, hello, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I love Shuhan. He's great.
You don't have to lie like that.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
This is one of my favorite 40-year-old men.
To me being so out of touch with the community. You predominantly do art, right?
I write mostly.
Okay.
I do not have an artistic art bone in my body.
Swing and a miss. My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, he's also working on Fossil Fuel, by the way.
Very cool. Very cool.
He's what you might call the lead writer.
Oh, nice.
I mean, the lead writer in the idea that I'm writing the script now, but I'm still taking ideas from everywhere.
So, if I might be allowed to prod, you did give me like a little bit of a rundown on this. This does take place during like college with Anon, but he's like in the background.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The demo that I'm currently writing right now is in Anon's point of view. This is like ending for Anon. So everything went great for him. He's going to be basically meeting our cast in the demo. And then once the demo's over, which is probably going to span about like a chapter or so for the main game, it'll switch over to our actual main character, Allison.
Okay, that's interesting.
Or Haley, depending on what route you choose.
Or Haley, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this reminds me of like an idea I had that I like never capitalized on, where it was the perspective of a guy just talking about like his time in the military, and you come to find out that like his like bunkmate was like Anon, going off about like Fang and like missing her and everything. And this guy being like, yeah, he was always kind of annoying about that, but like it was also kind of sweet, like him, talking about his childhood sweetheart and all that.
That's great. The idea spawned from a friend of ours, Bando, who is one of the lead developers. He decided that, hey, that one scene in Naomi's extra story where Anon was getting yelled at by his roommate, we're going to make that.
We're going to make his roommate a character.
Yeah, we're going to make his roommate a character. And is possibly, you said Haley may be a main character. She is a main character, but she is not one of the playable ones. We are actually talking about that roommate being a secondary main character for you to play as. But we're going to deal with one route at a time.
I
kind of forced my way into the project.
Appreciate it.
It sounds very interesting. And hey, kudos for not making another E2 thing.
No. If you really think about it, this is more along the lines of how Yakuza's sub-stories are. Anon is going to be passing through. He's not really going to be affected by much of what happens. But he's doing a sub-story at the moment. And that's essentially what Fossil Fuel is.
He'll certainly be there to comment on it, though.
Absolutely.
Very cool. Very cool.
I get to correct dialect every time Shuhan makes him sound too coastal.
Listen. I don't know that much of dialect for that. That's why we have you here.
Midwest boy.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make sense given Mr. Anon's background.
Well, yeah. Well, Anon would talk like he's from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely. Or from just a slightly more inland California, but that depends on your take. Because, okay, so Caveman full of idiots, halfway across the country, then they say, oh, but he also came from Dinofornia. What? I'm presuming that the landmass is quite similar to what we have right now.
I would think so.
So halfway across the country places him somewhere in the Midwest, but then they say, well, he's from Rock Bottoms in California. No.
No, that sounds more like
Shrugs.
it should be colder, not California.
Right. I think it's like Inko who is outright confirmed Midwest.
Chicago, Midwest.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Rock Bottom sounds like a.
Well, he said. I think he said something about he's from Illinois or something.
Right.
Yeah.
I would assume like Rock Bottom might be like, I don't know, Arizona,
maybe
Ohio or Washington.
It would make more sense than just being in the state of California.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he's basically talking about how he feels like he was thrown across the states to an entirely new world. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He's also what you call an unreliable narrator. Yeah.
Yep.
Because most likely half the stuff that he thought he heard on the steps at the beginning of the game probably was not even said.
Right. And blessed with the tism.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
of course.
He's just more. Sorry. You get me talking about the game. Sorry.
Yes. Anyway, Will, you're more than welcome to stay for the bedtime story.
Hell, man, I can stick around.
It's gonna be a good one.
Oh boy.
What did you find for us today?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You're gonna enjoy this one. This one was actually, I know we did this last time. I know we did the Sleepy Time with Oats last time. This was in one of the recommendations that I really wanted to go through. Do you want me to throw up my screen, or because I can just read if you want me to?
I mean, either way is good with me.
That's fair. You know what? I can toss it up so that
last
way
time I think I read some of it.
Yeah, we have some other voices in this as well. Well, I was under the impression. I think that Sierra may have passed out. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking him about it. Oh no.
Oh, look, the desktop Stella. Sitting right behind you while I'm smoking a cigarette.
I was playing Fear and Hunger earlier, so I was kind of using her as a sensor bar.
Based.
But yeah. Well, Oates, you've had a long stream. I'm most likely going to hear most of it tomorrow when I listen to it because I was busy today. I do apologize, but you know what? We're going to read you a nice little story just to put you back to Betty Buys. I'm not going to tell you what it's called though, because it gives away the fun. It gives away the funnies.
I feel like this is going to be some horn dog thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. What was that?
I said it's going to be some sort of horn dog thing, isn't it?
No, not. It's YouTube friendly, but it's also 2 o'clock in the morning on my time. No. It is not outright smut. How about that? Does that make you feel better?
That's better.
Smut adjacent.
It is not outright.
Is it fluff?
God, I hope so.
There's a lot of verbal. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's just go. We start off.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it.
September 4th, 21M 2023 BC. We're going to start off with our good friend Kiara. Damn. I know it's the first day of the new school year, but why the hell are there so many people crowding around the hallway? Is Mia already beating the shit out of someone? Just as quickly as the gaggle of idiots gathered, they dispersed, giving way to the sight of whoever or whatever was the center of attention. Weirdly enough, a few of the students looked like they were panting really hard. It was like some of them just got done running a marathon. A human? Whoa, didn't realize we had those here. This is perfect. Get a picture with him and his baller-looking jacket for my fashion class. It's a win-win for me and him. He looks like the loner type anyway. This should be an easy sell. Just pour on some of that Kiara charm. I approach the sunglasses wearing human and speak up. Hey, you're human, right? The human opens his mouth. My money long, my pockets deep. No pocket watching in these parts. Shit, I know that time already. My knees immediately begin to feel weak as my heart starts pumping hard. I feel a lurch in my stomach. Not nausea, something different, something familiar. The scales on the base of my tail itch with an intense heat as I try to hold myself back from letting out some kind of sound. I'm not even sure what kind of sound. Holy shit, what the hell did he do to me? Shaking the feeling I just had, I try to ground myself. Well, can I get a selfie with you? He nods. Thankfully, he doesn't say anything. Okay, this should be easy. I wrap my arm around his slender shoulders and pull up my phone to take a selfie with him. Big smile now. The human next to me gives me his best smile, and I take the picture and inspect it. He does as well. The Zaza got me talking like Pingu. And will drop my phone as I hit the floor on my knees. My tail's whacking the ground behind me as the heat explodes across my body and down to my womanhood. My beak is clamped tightly shut as I look up at the confused human, who scratches the top of his head and shrugs. He begins walking away and mutters to himself, "This shit ain't nothing to me, man." I feel faint as another wave of this pleasure and ecstasy hits every part of my body and brain. Thoughts race through my mind as I grip my shirt, claws digging into the fabric in a sudden urge to rip them free of the now very tight-feeling clothing. Climax the fit of the simulation comes, and it doesn't stop as my eyes roll back in the back of my head and my vision begins to darken around the edges. Are all humans like this? Because if this is the case, I can see why Lunara thirsts for them so hard. Damn, I need a skinny boyfriend. Or a big guy. Better yet, a big skinny boyfriend. That last meaty thought. Final spasm racks my body and I faint. Oh, hey, Ben. I've been walking with our new human transfer for a while, taking him around the school and showing him where everything is. All the while, I've been taking pictures of people talking in locations for the school newspaper for our first week. It's part of the job as the student council president. Inko has been relatively quiet this whole time as we walk around. I guess he doesn't like to talk very much. He didn't even reply much when I asked if he was the one I was looking for. Just replied with a silent nod of his head. Kind of odd. Then again, this school draws all sorts. Maybe he's just nervous on his first day. So, Inko, you've been staring at my camera a few times already. Are you interested in photography? The human considers me for a second before smiling faintly and nodding. Good. Progress. Well, what is your preferred medium? Still life, action, or something else? He pauses for a second, seemingly reluctant. At my gentle prodding, his shoulders droop with a weary sigh as he finally decides to speak up. I'm smoking lizard's taint. My entire body flinches. Ugh. Oh, what was that? Wait, what did he even say? My stomach muscles cramp up slightly. The back of my skull prickles at the scales seem to shift with a weird sensation. That's never happened before. What does it all mean? Is it getting hot in here? Am I feeling slightly flushed right now? Both of us jump as we hear a loud crash of metal. Leaning against the lockers was a familiar figure of Lunara, the white Bambi raptor that was Mia's friend. I knew her somewhat, but we never really spent much time together. Despite not being well acquainted with her, I could see she was struggling. She panted hard while using one hand to brace herself, the other gripping onto one knee in an unsteady balance. While her hair masked most of her face, enough of her eyes peeked out for me to see them dancing wildly. It was like she had been stunned by a physical blow. Concern filled me at the sight of her looking so disheveled. I stepped away from Inko briefly to come to her aid. Lunara, are you all right? Never better, Ben. A queasy smile was plastered in place, and the girl shook herself slightly before straightening up. Just a light dizzy spell. Skipped breakfast and all that. I'll be fine in a moment. Quiet cough later, she grins while waving at the lone human with us. Ah, right, introductions. Straightening out my blazer slightly, I motion to Inko while walking forward. Lunara follows behind. Inko, this is Lunara. She's part of the Human Culture Club here at the school. Hi. With a pale hand extended, the two exchange a brief greeting. It's really cool to see a human here. If you're interested in giving us a visit, my club would be happy to have you. We could talk about all the past presentations and the events we've held celebrating your people's history. Well, I'm glad that there's students ready to accept Inko like that. Her words seemed reductive in a way. The new student's frown is probably echoing the sentiment. I'd $1 every time they said I gave a shit, I'd be broke because I don't give a shit. Shivering racks my spine, and I have to look away slightly to stop myself from honking. Bubbly sensations run across my stomach down to... Wait, what? Why am I getting hot? My hands tighten as I hunch forward, trying to cover my sudden shame. Lenora cries out as she grabs her stomach, her tail slapping against the ground and my leg in equal measure as she collapses to the floor, tongue poking out of an open mouth. Mia's friend lets out a squeal that's loud enough to be heard behind closed doors. I think I recognize the strained, throaty tone of that sound. Sounded like Mia when... The human in front of us frowns intensely at that. His shaded eyebrows are wrinkled in confusion, head pulled back at the sight of us before him. Before I can straighten myself out, the door to Principal Scalar's office swings open. The Overraptor administrator of St. Hamond steps out, whipping her head back and forth until she alights on the three of us. The shame from before was horrifying. The principal catching us like this was going to actually kill me. You three, she points a finger at our group, with her hand holding onto her mug of coffee. I swear that thing is glued to her hand. What is going on out here? Inko turns to her in a panic. I tapped that ass so good! She thought I was a great collie! My knees gave way. I grip my pants as I go cross-eyed. Lenora shrieks next to me as her claws start gouging holes into the floor tiles. Principal Scalar's posture shot up immediately. Her tail flew out ramrod straight as her eyes dilated to the extremes. Excuse you, young man. That dinoform female genitalia got me acting unwise. You can't make this shit up. Rolling her shoulders in time with a deep sigh, the older raptor closes her eyes and tilts her head back. The mug dropped to the floor in a mighty crash as a huge shiver ran up her frame. I see. Excuse me. With nothing further added, she turned away and retreated back into her office. A few seconds later, I could hear wood cracking under a heavy slam. Lenora was lying in a puddle of something, every one of her limbs twitching as she drooled on the floor. Rapid series of seemingly uncontrolled clicks emanated from her. I need new pants. One second. I need some water.
Dink my oiter.
Ugh. There we go. Mia. God, look what the fucking cat dragged in today. Some fucking human decided to transfer him to this shit heap we call school, and he had the nerve to show up late to class on the first day. Goddamn idiot made Sally's shit list in the first second. Then the giant ape had to turn his frustration on the rest of us. Fucking skinny thinks he can get away with making the rest of us take that and get away with it? Hell no. He needed to be put in his place. Retard 1 met up with Retard 2 right away, it seems. Pain cozying right up to the four-eyed wonder. They chatted up together like a couple of bumbling faggots when two of the girls next to them immediately groaned. One of them, some pale Triceratops girl, started saying something in another language before she fell to her knees. The other was some blue Archaeopteryx that hissed loudly before doing the same. Both of them were stuck on the ground, forcing Sally to stop his tirade and walk over to him. Even from my distance from them, I could see their red faces, blushing furiously. Somehow, it seemed enough of a shock that even the furry ape wasn't using his trademark bullhorn voice. The hell's that? What the fuck just happened? Hey, Nito, our gym teacher snapped at them. Did you see anything happen? No, sir, Coach, sir. Hybrid weirdo stood up next to the bald human weirdo, both of them sharing a confused look. I was just talking to our new buddy here when they kind of collapsed. Damien nudged an elbow in the new kid, tilting his head for an answer. Right, man? Got a girl that bellows. She blows into me like a bellows, and I blast her with the intergalactic baby batter. Fuck! Don't have a chance to even register as my tail wraps around my leg. The damn skinny's words reaching into my brain and yanking on the good parts. Several other girls let out variations of moans and cries, but none of them sound like they're in pain. Most of the boys looked confused as fuck, but few of them recognized the lurid sounds we all made. We, as in myself included, because god damn it, I think I almost honked. Even though my goddamn sports bra, I'm feeling myself headlighting. What the fuck is this? Did that asshole do that on purpose? I'll fucking kill him. Only Ben gets to do that to me, and only when I let him. Solly whipped his head around to see half the class teetering on the brink of collapse. That's enough of that. His voice seemed to break the spell, mostly. As he continued to yell, some of the girls were unsteadily standing back up. Thank Christ I wasn't leaking. Class is divided shortly by Solly. Him making sure that everything was going cleanly. Fuck, the mere idea that the bald asshole on the opposite side of the gym manages to hit me with his one-liners. I was not going to allow myself to become a puddle on the damn floor. Or make one, for that matter. As we all line up to the age-old tradition of dodgeball, I catch sight of the skinny. He's being protected by pain, for sure, with how close they are together. I'm going to make him damn sure he regrets everything he just did to me a few seconds ago. Heat flashes through my legs and hips at the thought of what happened. I'm not even sure, but it made me think when I get home sometimes, rip my pants off and get to kill him. A loud whistle is my cue to rush forward, diving between slow-ass teammates to get to the balls and start this off right. Few pansies try their pass at me, but they know the law here soon enough. I'm pelting assholes left and right until I thin out the herd. Chrome Dome sparkles as he starts to stand out, somehow still in the game. Good. I can almost feel the satisfaction of seeing him sprawled on the floor. Payne steps away slightly to defend himself, but he leaves the new kid unprotected. This is my moment. Hey, Skinny! I wind back, standing on one foot while drawing my arm back and the ball almost level with the ground. This motherfucker was going to learn his lesson. Fast. Look, it's Obamacare. Hey, Obama, I don't care what about shit. I scream as pure ecstasy flows from my chest, feeling it race down and inevitably out. Ball drops from my hand and something feels like it drops out of me. Spasming legs give way as I fall back, holding on for dear life as my hips buck upwards. Few other girls around me collapse at the same time, causing a general outbreak of panic among everyone else. My underwear becomes drenched as the buildup finally lets loose. The last thing I hear before my brain drowns itself out in bliss is someone yelling out, "Somebody get the janitor! Janitor! Somebody get the janitor! Them bitches be leaking!" It was a weird day at school for some reason. The students were talking about some new transfer student that was quickly becoming notorious. The details seemed fuzzy, but it looked mostly female students were affected by whatever the new guy or gal was doing. I heard something about emergency dismissals on the first day of school. And there was enough hubbub that they didn't want to let the student council meet for the day. It all seemed very extreme. Though I did hear about Scalar leaving for the day. I'll have to think on that later. For now, I'll just wait for a minute with Olivia while Damien runs off to go grab someone he saw on the lunch line. It's kind of weird, though. Olivia seemed sulky? Not the usual kind, but the embarrassed sort. The local legend seemed to sink in on herself, not even eating her food. That more than anything stood out. Hey, Olivia, I slowly managed to get out. Silvery eyes full of indignation flicked to me as I lean in slightly. Are you okay? You seem kind of out of it. I'm fine, she grumbled. Don't stick your neck in it. Okay? Well, that was just rude. But I did try. I sigh as I lean back, focusing on my salad. Thankfully, Damien gets back in time to salvage the awkwardness. Hey guys, look! With one hand to the side, we get... Oh, I think that's the human boy. Wait, when did Damien meet him? This This is the supposed troublemaker? He looks pretty harmless. The jacket is a bit overly much, in my opinion, and his face is kind of bland. He seems kind of shy, too, not really looking me in the face as he's introduced. Olivia, however, is almost sitting completely straight up while ogling him. Yep, she definitely ran into him, too. Curious. The panic in the Baryonyx's voice is palpable as she points a claw at the now flinching human boy. Wait, David, why is he here? We met back in gym class. I thought he was pretty cool, so I invited him to sit with us. Say hello to him. What was your name again, man? Gosh, his smile is still so cute. I don't even know how he keeps doing these things to me. If I didn't, what are you smoking, dung beetle? I'm on 12 Vicodin. Liquid fire runs through the tip of my tail and along my neck as everything in my body flushes hot. I grunt as my neck starts to coil in on itself, my teeth gritting to keep myself from falling forward. The hell was that? Olivia bellows as her eyes meet in the middle, sharp claws digging into the table as her entire body clenches inwards. A familiar twitching in my belly has me pop my eyes open at the human that... Oh gosh, that's not a good thought to have. Damien notices nothing as he rubs his chin with one hand. Huh? Huh. Oh wait, it's Inko. Yeah, that's what Coach Sally said. Olivia stutters as her brain reboots at the table, growling at the human. What? It's heel, skinny! Bald human frowns at his table mate, slightly unsure of what is happening. As his mouth opened in reply, I squealed and stood up immediately while shooting my head back up. I have to get away. I have to run before that happens again. Silver eyes grew wide as Olivia realized her mistake. Too late to stop the coming disaster. What are you snorting, a good Buffalo Soldier, Tamarind Jordan jibbies? My retreat only afforded me a few paces before my legs crossed over themselves, sending me keeling over. As the muscles in my long neck started jittering in embarrassing physical stimulus that I could only recognize with horror. Sure enough, my thighs pressed into each other as I desperately sought to stop what was now an oncoming flow. Olivia fared no better, her tail thwacking against the concrete as both hands flew to her snout. Her attempt to drown the high-pitched whine was futile. The sound of echoing out in the near distance between us all. It was similarly echoed out by several other female students nearby at their respective tables. One such Bambi Raptor, one somewhat familiar with my mind-numbing bliss, with her distinctive white scales with black banding, was clawing at the ground away from the epicenter of his linguistic impact. I swear I heard her moaning something over and over, like, not again! Faint clicking echoed from out of her, too, one that caused several other students to look at her in growing alarm. Damien and Inko looked back at us in shock and concern. Whoa! Liz, you all right? Words fail as my jaw clenches, my neck flushing deep and spasming at what was definitely something that would count as indecent exposure. Don't think I could say anything else without drooling at the moment. Wow, that sounds painful. Let's get you to the nurse. He reaches down, saving me from my own shame as he helps me stand up. My balance falls apart as I lean into his shoulder, my neck drooping from the shock of my release. Shame fills me with the thought of this entire incident. I also find myself wanting to hear more of what Inko has to say. Before Damien walks me to the nurse's office, I see Olivia rolling away with a panicked expression. As she comes near me, I can make out her murmurings while flicking her eyes past me. At least my legs don't fucking work. I just feel fucking numb for the goddamn spear chucker. She shudders. I almost feel the same as my navel contracts in a spine-tingling sensation. Aftershocks riddled through me as I pant. Damien, I whisper, get me out of here. Sure thing. He shoots me that handsome smile again. My belly flushes with a familiar feeling. Thinking of him after all that made me so hungry I could just... The nurse's office better be empty. Oh, Olivia. This whole fucking day has been crazy. First, I hear we get this new skinny transfer. And all of a sudden, he becomes the most terrifying thing to tread through the school since Mia. Apparently nobody is safe. Students and faculty alike. Even Scalar was gone for the day. And he hasn't even fought anyone. What was his name? Inko? All he does is open his mouth and then... Fuck. The thought of the nonsensical drivel that came from his skinny's mouth makes my legs strain, and a familiar warmth travels from my stomach to my nethers. Damien went with Liz to help her get home, so I guess I'm rolling by myself to get home. Not that I mind going solo. Get you fucking skinny! I know that bitchy yell from anywhere as I turn my head to the noise. Oh shit. A new resident skinny is getting chased down the hall by Mia. Damn, man. She looks pissed. I can see clear as day the damn patch in her pants. No different from any other girl that had today, myself included. Thank God Damien has extra pairs of gym shorts. Boy Scout tendencies were the win for once. Me, they're coming this way. Crap! What do I do? You should let him into the elevator. Damn you, Yadigan. Why do you have to be the voice of reason in my head? Aren't you even here today? Sighing, I opened the elevator door and whistled to the poor baldy, waving a claw at him. To you! The human flops into the elevator with me, panting heavily and bracing himself against the elevator wall as the door closes in front of us. All I can hear is Mia pounding on the doors and attempting to open them with her bare hands. Crockle, I want that skinny! Her voice then gets uncharacteristically quiet. Just say something, Hinky. Please. I need it. I want. There's a huskiness to her voice that even makes me feel uneasy. Holy shit, what the hell's happening? Is she honking? After Jesus, his cross of stone, Mia, save it for Ben. Smelling this me as we begin to descend slowly, and hear the red jackass outside whine with frustration as the human next to me sighs in relief. That pussy tighter than a bulletproof counter window at the White Castle. Oh no. At once, I feel the familiar burning sensation in my crotch and my body. New underwear starts to already feel damp. My heart beats a mile a minute as my eyes fall on the person I'm next to. And I'm locked in an elevator with. Shitty elevator that is slow as hell. I recognize now that this was the greatest mistake I have made in my life, next to being friends with Ben. No escape. No reprieve. I'm done for. Right when I bite my tongue to relieve the pressure in my, well, everything, the shitty box of metal decides right then and there to shut it. Both of us shake with a sudden lurch of movement, or more appropriately, the lack thereof. We are stuck. Oh no. Rome wasn't built in a day, but this 9mm sure certainly was. My claws dig into the armrests of my chair as I futilely attempt to brace myself for the verbal barrage that has come from the skinny. The heat that I felt before flashed back to life as I squirmed in my seat, attempting and failing to keep my bellow under control as the scent of my heat hit my nostrils. And now I'm headlighting through my sweatshirt. Great. Horrible day to not wear a bra. Chewing on the labia for 6 hours like a steak from Cracker Barrel. Eyes meet in the middle once more as my insides start to twitch like I would get to the racier parts of Lizard Lounge. It's like when I find those videos with human dudes and sardine squeaks. God damn it. He won't shut the fuck up. Holy fuck. I can feel my feet. I feel the need to stand up. But my body is quaking too much to even move. Liquid fire moves through every fiber of my being as I stare up into this man. Lizard Lounge is so wrong. They have no idea what they're missing. Tell me more. I stutter out, my hand shakily reaching out to grasp the skinny, stupid blue jacket. Tell me how you really feel. His mouth opens again. 58% THC pre-rolled joints drenched in carb had me reading the Book of Revelations. We are indeed close. Get the bitches to the Ark. That's what I fucking needed. My claws pierce through his jacket as I throw my head back with the most degrading sound to ever come from my snout. My tail whacks the ground beneath us violently as the elevator begins to budge with the firm force. Hips bust side to side as I rode the wave. Then another. And another. I blast everything down as my eyes roll up. I start strains to contain my chest, and I lose my fucking mind while thinking about this man human next to me. These shorts are ruined. This wheelchair's probably have to be burned. But fuck it, I don't care. I think I'm in love with this skinny. I need him to whisper this shit to me every second of the day. I need him to cry my hair as he blasts my brain apart. I'll never be the same again. Inko. This whole day has been insane. Not only did I end up falling out of the train this morning face first onto the station platform, but I can't even speak right to anyone. Not even this poor wheelchair-bound gator girl that I got stuck in the elevator with. I swear, I must have hit some kind of instinctual kryptonite for everyone around me today. As soon as I tried to talk with anyone, they flinched and went down into insane levels of pain. There may have been a few exceptions, from what I could tell, but all the girls seemed to have intense cramps at the sound of my voice. Same for Ben. Maybe one or two other guys, from what I could tell. Last I saw that Lunar girl, she was being loaded into an ambulance. I overheard it was due to severe dehydration. I mean, how does that even happen? Maybe she drank too much coffee? Then again, after that episode in the elevator with my latest victim, I'm not sure I should be allowed back at school at this point. Ouch. At least she gave me her phone number. I guess that's a win for the day. Oh, excuse me, young man. A voice brings me out of my reverie as I almost leave the school building. A tired-looking Taro walks out, blonde-haired and red-eyed. He's slightly slumped as he walked out of what I think was the principal's office. Pardon me, I just zipped by to get an update from Principal Scala. The name's Iadaken. But poor fortune, she seems to be absent today. He gazed at the closed door with a considering look. Oddly messy in there, though. Makes me wonder if something set her off today. I nod while grimacing slightly, not trusting myself to really speak. Whom I presume to be a teacher notices with a quirked eyebrow. Come now, Sabretooth got your tongue? I swear I'm not some disciplinarian. I enjoy it when students talk back to me. Go on, let me know your thoughts. A worried sigh escapes me. God, the relaxed air around him lets me feel like I'm not in trouble. Maybe not even if he's the one of the few who gets caught in the crosshairs of my rambling. With a quick internal prayer, I look at Mr. Yadikin. Sichuan ganja landed me in the Holy Stone Psych Ward. Shit was insane. Wrapped a chick sucked my dick for a ham and cheese sandwich. There's an instant flash of shock in his eyes. At what I said, pale beak opens and closes more than once, various emotions flying across his face. Do you need assistance? You in the company of a caretaker, young man. Our school move like through Trigger neighborhood. The CIA got shit on me, man. Yadikin leaves his mouth hanging open for a few seconds at that. An impressed grumble escapes his lips as he brings one hand up to his chin. I have to admit, I don't think I could. His pause marks a sudden lurch in his thoughts, confusion forcing his head to tilt slightly. His eyes suddenly get very wide as he stares ahead. One trembling hand reached backwards, cupping his neck with a tentative grip. Then he slapped his neck. And again. Amazement brought a squawk out of him. Great Scott! What did I do this time? I'm cured! Oh. Yadikin squawked happily as he flapped his wings up. The teacher seemed transformed as he threw both hands up. In a flash, he leaps into a backflip, tucking and rolling midair with expertise. Wow. Is he another gym teacher, perhaps? Eureka! Grant to Jesus, Allah, Buddha, I don't care who, I'm no longer sick! Red Eyes turned to me, beaming pure joy as he approaches and grabs both of my shoulders. Young man, I don't know how you did it, but my sickness, my cancer, it's gone! I don't feel a bump! Excuse me? I'm cured! He shouts, laughing wildly as he sprints past me. The dress jacket comes off, flying about his head like a flag for this man reborn. His hooting and hollering continue as he leaves, echoing out for everyone to hear. Enthusiastically abandoning the school, I'm left to my own stunned devices. Wow, that's really nice. Honestly, if he felt that good from me just talking, I wonder. I'm going to make love to my wife. School is weird. I hope tomorrow will be different. Except to insult me, my mouth moved on its own. I wept. There were no worlds left to conquer. Big booty bitches on Uranus got me doing shots of pan-galactic goggle blaster like it's the fountain of youth. Hernan Cortez was a pissy. Saturn V got shit on my wit. God damn it.
Shuhon, I think we've read Ink Flow together in the book club before.
Did we?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, that's fair. Oh no.
Hey, don't worry. I'm not nearly as tired as I usually am by this point.
Oh no.
Somehow I'm still awake.
Such oh no.
I didn't want to interrupt you. You're getting really into it.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, Bando says you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Our boss says you.
You know, go away. I thought I turned those off. Hi, Iron. I know you're still here. I'm surprised you're still here.
I hope those are your hands.
That was written by a few friends of mine that followed up another one that was called Caveman Flow, which was Anon, similar thing, similar vernacular.
Well, it's good to know that for that future game project, I'll be working with true professionals.
Yes. Shuhan hasn't given me the promissory yet.
Huh?
After fossil fuel, I have plans.
Of course.
I have plans I can't share because the haters will sabotage me. I have plans I cannot share because the haters will sabotage me. I don't know how I'm still conscious.
I don't know. That was such a lovely story, wasn't it?
It was. It really was.
Yeah.
I don't think Sierra expected me to be conscious. I don't think anybody expected it. I was certainly expecting to crash out 2 hours ago. Crash 2 hours ago.
Man, maybe I need to actually do an actual segment so that way you get some sleep.
Maybe. I'm sure you have a wider selection pool.
Oh, absolutely. Next time we have one of these, I may actually have another. Maybe it won't be a story.
Maybe it won't be. I mean, these are nice though.
No, that's true.
It's a good way to end the night with some. I'm not gonna say lower energy.
Maybe a glass of milk.
Maybe a warm glass of milk.
Some cookie.
Maybe a warm glass of milk. Some cure for cancer.
Just a little cure for cancer. Simple as.
As a treat.
As it, I bet it tastes like medicine.
Like bubblegum medicine, or like
that really gross like grape flavor that like children's ibuprofen comes in. I was just about to
say like fucking wavelengths, man. Dude, grape medicine that's putrid.
It'd almost be better if it wasn't grape flavored.
True.
Because at least you're not lying to the child.
True.
I think that's important. Is if you have children, to keep some level of honesty with them. Like, yes, you are not feeling good. This will taste awful, but you might feel better.
Yeah.
You likely will feel better.
This won't cure your depression, but it will cure your sickness.
Yes.
No.
There is no cure for depression. Fun fact.
Really?
You can only stave it away.
There's things you can do to cope with it.
That's true.
There's things you can do to make the symptoms not show, but depression is kind of hardwired into your neural chemistry.
Man, I wish I had a 1911 to rack right now. That's a funny bit of like I got my cure right here.
I talked to somebody about this earlier today. This is something that I don't tend to like joking about.
Fair enough.
I mean, considering I had an episode on Thursday.
Oof.
Not so extreme as that, but just a mental break.
Gotcha.
So it's just like,
I love that GIF. I love the GIF iron. That's my favorite. Every time I think about this, it's just that I'm gonna put you to sleep. You can have a night night. I'm gonna read you a night book. Tuck you in.
I'm gonna put you in this so fast. I'm gonna read you a night book. You're gonna see stars.
Yeah,
I'm already going to sleep. I don't know what's about.
I love that show.
You know, Avengers is fantastic cinema, even.
Probably up there among my favorite watches for D&D content.
It's another one of those things that's good to listen to. I listen to a lot of stuff while I'm at work. It helps me not have to retreat into my own mind, which is, I think we've established, dangerous.
The one thing I miss about work is all the podcast time it allowed me.
That I work in a warehouse that I'm all on my own, which affords me a chance to listen to a lot of podcasts if I'm not in a BC.
Yeah, you talk to us a lot while you're at work.
I do. But yeah.
Go, my little Marvel agent. Do my bidding. You know, I ordered a new mix. There's a chance I went through your warehouse.
Oh,
I mean, it's already here, but
through my specific warehouse, that was wild. I don't know why they did it all the way over here.
I'm just saying, there's a chance it went through there.
That's possible. It is very possible.
Didn't you say everything with the word adventure in it goes through your warehouse?
Just about. I have seen so many different things go through since I have to open up packages and make sure that they're the proper items. There are some things that flashbang me when I'm researching them on my work computer. Okay,
but it's sold on Amazon, so it's work related.
Yeah, no, it's work related. I could totally. Story. I dealt with one of those things before, and when my manager decided to walk by once before, looked at me, smiled, and then decided to to mess with the thing I was looking at, and ran off. Like, dude, come on, please don't do this to me.
Yeah, that would be pretty fucking shitty.
It's like, come on, man, you're a manager. Don't do this. It's awkward enough as is.
Listen, I already have somebody's toy. I don't need extra. I don't need extra.
No.
Little night book.
Speaking of toy, Iron, did you get an Olivia plushie?
I did get my Olivia plushie. It kind of just showed up one day, and I was like, "Oh, I kind of forgot about you."
No. I'm still waiting on mine. I know. Good friend bought it for me for my birthday 2 years ago now.
And I brought it close to my face because I wanted to take a picture to be able to tell my friends, "Hey, I finally got it." That thing smelled like fucking dust.
I'm sure it did. It was probably in warehouse after warehouse.
Like just pure dust.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Yeah.
Shuan, have you ever gotten like a cardboard cut? I'm sure you have.
Oh, absolutely.
Those things suck.
Man, those absolutely, yeah. Those types of things, especially like very fine, and it hurts. Or after, it doesn't really hurt to begin with, but then as my night goes on, it starts to radiate, and it's the worst. Yes.
And burn.
Anyway, we're about at 17 hours of stream.
Get out of here. Go to bed.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go to bed yet, but this has been a fantastic roundup. Very little has gone wrong. YouTube claimed the first half within minutes of the first stream ending, since I have to split these into two.
Is it Smooth's fault? It's Smooth's
No,
fault,
it's not. It was during Umber's section. He had a video that we played where he was playing Blade and Sorcery with a Journey song over it, and that got it globally blocked.
Oh no!
I already fixed it. Don't worry. I already fixed it.
Okay,
just
good.
Like a fucking shitty flute play over.
It just mutes that section of the video.
Oh, that's so funny.
It's a shame.
Rip
Bozo. The stream, I'm guessing the audio for people talking is okay. It was just the music.
So there's just a 4-minute section of that stream now that is No sound.
Lovely.
I will go back.
Thank you, YouTube. Very cool.
When I make the clips, I swear I'm gonna make the clips. I know I'm 4 behind. I'm gonna make Magic Man's busier now. Hey, by the way, give Magic Man a pat on the back. He got promoted.
Oh, bet. I don't talk to him a lot, but man, congrats to him. Please.
Yeah.
You know, we also gotta like actually schedule playing Resident Evil 5 at some point.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
who's Sheva? Who's doing Sheva?
I don't care.
Listen, I am a 6'4" big boulder punching man, so you know.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So you'll be Sheva.
Exactly, dude.
5 gets too much bad rap. I like 5.
Dude,
I know.
There's a story behind that too. Like last time me and Oates were hanging out, he just hits me like out of the blue with like, "Hey Iron, would you like to play Resident Evil 5?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I guess if I had it, would you like to play it?" And I'm like, "Oates, you don't got? Oh, it's already in my inventory."
No. Why are you giving me $1?
Why are you giving me this game that was on sale for $2?
It was on sale, so yeah.
I love Steam sales for that very reason, because they'll see something like, I already have this, but what if I involve other people? What if I rope you into this? Because I only got it because I thought Tiki was going to play with me, but he's like, oh, I just finished it. And I'm just like, bruh.
Me.
And me and Tiki still have to finish Cursed Halo 3.
I've never actually played RE5 all the way through.
I've never played a Resident Evil game. Well, that's a lie. I've played a demo for a Resident Evil game.
What a one to start with.
Yeah. Hey, it's not the one everybody says is the worst. That's 6.
True.
It's just where their shark got jumped.
You know, my son has decided that he wishes to play through Resident Evil.
Very good.
My
very
son.
Good.
Yeah, he's we're gonna, because he was watching me play RE9 earlier, and he's like, I want to play this. I was like, okay.
It might be a little scary.
Cool. Maybe this kid. Okay, all right. I'm gonna say outright,
he ain't scared.
My 11-year-old. He doesn't scare. He's actually finished off. What was it? Shoot. Not super hot. Ultra Kill by himself, no problem. That he's very good at what he plays. He is a very good gamer. I am very proud as a Papa gamer. I think he would actually do really well in the survival horror game.
Nice.
But yeah.
Your son's also just like super funny.
I think so.
Yeah, I love like I'm playing Repo with him. Funny fucking kid.
He's a blast to play with. I love playing games with him. Most of the time we're playing Roblox, but yeah, I do try to have him branch out.
Yeah, no, he's like super funny kid. I think he's gonna be very popular in high school.
Well, he's doing pretty good so far.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the best way to go about school life, is just to be funny.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anywho, it's been a hoot and a holler, gentlemen. Good to meet you, Shuhan.
Good to meet you too, Iron.
Will, Shuhan's here all the time.
We should honestly. I should branch out to other places as well. I tried to over at Humo, but I always felt a little overwhelmed at first. I think I'm a little better now.
That's understandable. It can get kind of rowdy in there the best of times.
It gets rowdy in here.
Ironic. It's either rowdy and rotted or quiet as a night. You know, there's no in between.
Yeah. No. I've been having ever since I got into this community. I've been having a blast, and I love everybody that I've met.
Hell yeah!
Don't lie to me, Walt.
But I think this is where I'm going to take my exit, gentlemen. You have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah, I'll see you.
See you later.
Hopefully soon, Will.
Later. Yeah.
Shuon, that was good fic reading, but I think it's time that we say goodnight to the stream. Before YouTube says I'm gonna smack your pee-pee again. Oh,
don't DMCA this. I swear it wasn't smut. I wasn't reading smut. I swear.
You were reading the implication that there might be smut.
Yes, but it was not there. See, it was like censored. Sort of. Kind of. Yeah. It's a good. It was a good. It's
relatively graphic.
Relatively. It's like 3:00 for me in the morning. Nobody's actually gonna care about that. No worries.
I can't wait till my dad watches the VOD.
Hi, Oats Dad. Hi, Oats family. Your son is a treat.
I'm surrounded by people who care about me.
I do care about this guy. He's pretty cool and chill.
Yep. All right. Well, I mean, I should make an actual outro thing for the thing so that when I click the button in the next scene, it could just automatically play it, as opposed to me having to say every time. See you, Space Cowboy.